Good morning, y'all. Afternoon. Good morning, everybody. We pulled out a lot of books last night. That's why I can't find the chargers. Hey, hey, y'all. Y'all want to finish class from last night? If you got to see any of the rewatchers, they was playing with us last night. We had to keep restarting the live, of course. We struck a nerve somewhere. We're not going to talk about it today. We're just going to do something else. We're going to finish what we started last night. It was a good class, I think. Good morning, Pumpkin. We're going to start the class. You said, yes, I put on a new wig so I can be blown back. Hilarious. Hey, sister. That's, you said, yes, it kept buffering so bad. It shut off on both of them. And then wouldn't let me back on. It was black here and it was black over here and loading. We got to talking about some stuff we shouldn't have evidently. We're going to move on. You know? We know how this goes. They don't too much care for us on this World Wide Web. And everything that we try to put out to the world, they try to stop it. So must be something right in there. What y'all think? Hmm. What y'all think? That's the why they started shadow banning me 3 months on after I was on TikTok 3 months. Only 3. Because I went back and I looked at, yeah, we unlocked, God unlocked. I ain't unlocked nothing, girl. Ugh. I have not unlocked anything. I don't have the power to do so. But our dad came through and gave us, he lit a new fire for sure. It made me think about a lot of different things that we have said and read over and over. As a matter of fact, there's another one that I feel like we've talked about it, but it hit different after last night. Would you all like to know it? Would you? Would you like to know what came to my mind? Anybody? I think it's something worth looking at. Unless y'all don't want to. Hmm? You said my mind has been going since last night. Yes, please. Okay, good job. Uh, can you do me a favor? Um, I just looked at this, but I'm on a different device, and how they plan me is, if I look at it on my iPad, even though it's the same Google thing, it won't come up. Interesting. Okay. What? Come on. Okay. Can you do me a favor and go to Genesis 4? I'm in the NIV. You can read it. I read it in a couple of versions earlier. Can you go to Genesis 4? Thank you. Can you go to Genesis 4 for me, please? Preferably just really quick in the NIV, if you have that. Ooh. Are y'all over there? Yeah. Okay. Can you go to verse 12? We're going to start there at verse 12. Can y'all do that for me, please? Okay. It says, when you work the ground, it will no longer give its strength to you. You will always travel from place to place on earth. Right? Huh? You gonna go to and fro on the earth? Does that sound like anybody we know? Lucifer. Interesting, right? The devil. Okay, go back up to the front for me. I'm sorry, not to the front, to the top here, and then go to verse 3. You ready? Do you got your seatbelt on? You might want to put a helmet on if you need any other safety gear, because this might go really quickly. Well, we're getting ready to go, and we're just brainstorming. This isn't anything set in stone. Y'all know I like to plant a little seed and see what y'all think about it and see how we grow the class. Y'all ready? You got your seatbelt on? Okay. Make sure it's tight. Ooh, wee. One moment. So, what is this one? I'm gonna get a bite one of these. Oh, yeah. Okay, give me a second. I'm getting it together. This is off the dome. You know, we ain't did one of these in a while, and everything is falling out. Okay, just go there, raincoat. This day. Can you please don't fall? Okay. All right. I'm just gonna do this. We, as in y'all helping me. Uh-oh. Because guess what? It's a lot. All right. Here we go. Interesting that I received this as a gift and a prop because it has much more meaning now. Okay. Here we go. Y'all ready? Who remembers recently that we read that Jesus and John both had a tunic that was sewn from the top down, and it went with them their whole life. They never needed any other clothing from the time they were a small child, right? We don't hear about Jesus's tunic being removed from him until he was beaten. It don't tell you nothing about his clothes except for when he got into Jerusalem, right? Or am I tripping? Am I tripping? Right? Y'all can't see this, but it go all the way down to my feet. Does this look like a baptismal gown? Kinda. This would be considered a tunic. Okay? It's just two pieces sewn together. Remember, it said his didn't have no seams or something. Right? Okay. Do you find it funny that our baptismal garments look like the garment that Jesus wore every day, in a sense? It was a linen garment woven from the top. We read this. And John got it when they was little. Well, John's was made of camel hair. His was made of a little bit something else. But you said, you look like a woman of Rome. You said, and like you could have been in the crowd carrying the cross. Okay, you hearing me? But remember, he wore a tunic now. We just read this. Him and John, remember? We read this. Okay? But in the olden days, what they used to give us, what I got baptized in, was very similar to this. Sheets sewn together, and that was a baptismal gown. A lot of times. It basically, that's what it was. A white material. You go in the bathroom, they give you your thing, put a bag on your head depending on your hair, and they about to take you to the water. And then most times the people that are ushering you to the water have a similar fabric. Now they done changed them to green and everything else. But back in the day, it used to be white. Am I wrong? Any apostolics or Pentecostals in here to know about that? You said that's what ours looked like in the 70s. Right. Right, like this. Okay? Now, I'm going somewhere with this. I know y'all like CERCA, just stay with me. Our church is still our white. Okay. So you know I know what I'm talking about. All right, here we go. Jesus told us he's always been here, right? From the beginning, in the middle, and he's always been here. Yes or no? He was here in the beginning, and we read some things yesterday that were mind-blowing. Okay? Right? Yes? Hello? Jesus always been here. In Culture Church, they wear white or sing praise or pray over the way to the water. Mm-hmm. Do you believe that? Wholeheartedly. Okay. The day came when Cain brought a gift of the fruit of the ground to the Lord. Who remembers when we read it was God, and then Jesus created the lights and the Son of God, and then it started saying the Lord God, and then it was just the Lord. Do you remember that? First, it was just the Creator, and everything was void. And he decided in his mind that he was going to make man and humans and angels and right? Or am I tripping? But the first thing that was made, and in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was God, and the Word was God. Okay. And we know the Word to be Yeshua, Jesus, the Creator's Son, right? Or no? Do we know this to be true? Yes? Okay. The day came when Cain brought a gift of the fruit of the ground to the Lord. But Abel brought a gift of the firstborn of his flocks and of the fat parts. And the Lord showed favor to Abel and his gift. But he had no respect for Cain and his gift. So Cain became very angry, and his face became sad. And the Lord said to Cain, "Why are you angry? And why are you looking down? Will not your face be happy if you do well? If you do not do well, sin is waiting to destroy you. Its desire is to rule over you, but you must rule over it." Do you think that they brought these to a physical Jesus? Or do you think they were just talking in his mind? I'm asking y'all a question. When it says that they brought, you think he was only talking to him in his mind or heart? Okay. Anybody else? Physical. I find it funny that God accepted the fat of Abel's offering. Fat absorbs the most flavor in whatever you're eating or cooking. Okay, but hear me now. You think they were talking directly to Jesus. So do I. We made the distinction between it when it was just God, and then when Jesus was created, and then the lower lights, which are the angels and the planets. Who remembers this, class? I ask y'all the question, how was Jesus in the fiery furnace before he was born? How was he showing up in all of these places on the hill to talk to Abraham? And then when Moses' sisters and brothers was talking crazy, he stood in the doorway. He came down on a cloud. Well, if you just read what we read a couple weeks ago about John, when he was 7 years old, him and his mama got on the cloud and flew to where John was when her cousin died. And he was 7.5, John, and Jesus was about 7. No. The gods of this world are those little g's, because Lucifer was already here. And we did that whole class yesterday. Because think about it. Jesus was in heaven, girl. Okay, so did you get to see yesterday's class? Any of them? Oh, okay, girl. You need to go on and go on that ride. Yeah, we was over here tripping. Okay? No, I can't put this away because I'm going to need that again. I'm going to need that. Okay? So, let's go. Come on. All right. Cain told this to his brother Abel, and when they were in the field, Cain stood up against his brother Abel and killed him. Then the Lord said to Cain, "Where is Abel, your brother?" Do you think that was physical Jesus saying, "Where your brother at?" Or do you think it was a mist like they be trying to show us? I've always viewed it as there is God on the throne, Jesus the earth walker, except the aspect of God, the Holy Spirit, which is a spiritual counselor. You do, Nicole? How about y'all? Which would make more sense? Why the earth kept giving up Abel and he couldn't bury him? Was Jesus going over there at night saying, "Come forth," like he did with Lazarus, even though he didn't bring the spirit back into him? It make more sense if Jesus is on the earth. And every time, every night that he go and try to bury that thing, Jesus just walk by and be like, "Come out the dirt." Jesus came over for lunch and said, "Where your brother?" Exactly. Does that not make more sense? Jesus was right. Okay, come on, we're going. Then the Lord said to Cain, "Where's Abel, your brother?" And he said, "I don't know. Am I my brother's keeper?" And the Lord said, "What have you done? The voice of your brother's blood is crying to me from the ground." He said Jesus saw it all too. He gave Cain a chance to tell the truth like God did Adam. Hello. You said just like I believe Jesus' heavenly body is who Moses saw on the mountain, and Jesus is who sat down to eat with Abraham. You said that's why he said he knew Abraham and Moses to the Pharisees. Exactly. So every single time that we see the Lord in here, this person was talking to Jesus face to face. He's always been here. When they gave the meat sacrifices, and it said the Lord called down fire from heaven to burn up the meat. And we know that the Antichrist is going to call fire down from heaven. Doesn't it make a lot of sense that Jesus was there at the sacrifices? And it wasn't God sending it down, it was Jesus calling the fire down to burn up the sacrifice because he liked the way the fast meal. Okay? Just like I wonder if that was Jesus in the lion's den, because Daniel said an angel came and shut the mouths of the lions, and they refer to these Jesus sightings as the angel of the Lord. Michael coming with him, because remember we talked about it. Whenever Michael showed up, Jesus was probably around, because that's the head of his armies. That's his CIA, his FBI that know everything, his security team. Just like when it says that old boy wrestled with the Lord's angel, or wrestled with the Lord all night. Jacob. And the Lord touched his hip and knocked it out of the socket. Yeah, or am I tripping? Hmm? Jacob wrestling with the Lord. They didn't play it in our face this whole time. They didn't play it in our face the whole time. That's why he said, I always been here. I was always with you. I'm everywhere. And people be like, I seen Jesus. And you be like, okay. Jesus came and talked to me. And you be like, okay. Girl. He said every time they came and close to Jesus, you said to turn up the the globe, and changed. So look now. Do me one more favor. Go down to 15. Okay? And it says, so the Lord said to him, whoever kills Cain will be punished by me 7 times worse. And the Lord put a mark on Cain so that anyone who found him would not kill him. Okay? We know that. Now, do me a favor and use your handy dandy Google or whatever Firefox you use, and tell me when it says Cain died in the Bible. In the KJV, the NIV, we're not talking about no lost books. We're just talking about the regular Bible. What's it say? Hold on, Mr. Hardy. And we talked about that in an older class in the beginning. It doesn't say when Cain. It doesn't say. So it doesn't say when Eve died, and it doesn't say when Cain died, but I know that we've read in the lost books that either he got killed by his grandson Lamech or Tubal-Cain. Good job, Danny. Okay? Can you stay out of my classes, please, niece, so I can get to them? Can you just... Okay? Right. The Bible does not state when or how Cain died. Genesis 4 shares that God put a mark on Cain, right? You said to keep him from being killed, and then he went off into the land. According to Google. Thank you. Because, girl, can I get to it? Okay? I love you. I'm like, That makes me excited. Y'all don't just stay in one place, though. You know I'm messing with you too. But just give me a minute. Okay. So we know though from the lost books that it says that one of his grandsons or great grandsons or something like that, Lamech. Mr. Hardy, I told you we got an old class about that. Can you just wait a minute now? Okay, I'm going somewhere. We got old classes about that. That's way in the beginning. Okay? We break all of that down. But I'm going somewhere just right now. I love you. I need you to focus. Okay? All right. Okay. Thank you. All right. So, we don't get anything about Cain dying in Genesis or anywhere in the KJV. But we do know, I think the Book of Jubilees and another book, I can't remember which, talks about that he had grown hair like an animal and all of this kind of stuff. And one of his grandsons thought about, right, we're getting to it. I'm trying to get there, y'all. Give me a second. Okay, give me a second. We've read in other lost books that there were several accounts or a couple accounts of how he died. One, he got shot with an arrow because they thought it was an animal. The other one says that he was in his house and he was killed by a rock the same way that he killed his brother. So either way it goes, whether it be an arrow because that was a rock, or the rock of his house falling on him is saying that he was slain the same way that he slew his brother, which was by a rock, right? Or no? However it goes, there's two accounts. One, he was hit with an arrow because they thought he was an animal. The other is that his house fell on him, and that's how he passed. But either way, he was slain by a rock, right? Right? Y'all with me? Okay. I don't know if they slowing the internet down or what. Okay. The rock was probably a mountain. Here we go. Because he was probably over 30 feet tall. Okay. Okay. I figured. All right. Because it's going real slow and real whatever. They already playing. It's cool. We going to get down through here anyway. Okay. So, what's the movie with Demi Moore? I can't think of the name right now. And her baby. And it was the end times. Y'all remember what it was called? The Seventh Sign. Thank you. Okay. It was either Cain or the soldier that uh was acting like, or a priest, one of them, and they had been alive since the crucifixion in that movie. Do you remember? So I can't remember if it was the soldier or if it was supposed to be Cain. How many of you have a big green book? The soldier? Okay. He was a priest too? Okay. Can you go get it? If you got your big green book, can you get it? The immortal man is the father of Luigi, who is revealed to Cardophilus, historically also known as the doorkeeper or the porter of Pontius Pilate. Okay. You got your big green book? Let me know when you got it. Okay. 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 Y'all got y'all's? Okay. Oh. Why does it show us right here in the time of Jared that the line of Cain stops? If he didn't die, right? Or if he died later and they just don't tell us how long he lived, and he started a city where the angels were sleeping with animals and people and dead folks and their children, and we know that when human women, okay, mate with angels, they create what? What do they create? Giants. If angels procreate with animals, what do they create? Nephilim, giants. Okay. Giants of all species. Like a giant cow is called a what? It's a name for it. A, a minotaur? What is the minotaur? A man and bull hybrid. Is a bull a cow? A bull is a male cow, right? A giant cow Nephilim is also called a humia. Ain't the Minotaur what was running after Percy Jackson? And picked that car up in his horns and threw it. Then he stood up and he had the body of like a cow and a man. And he could talk. Percy Jackson, where is the lightning? Da 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 da. That's a giant cow man. It said in the generation of Jared that all flesh had corrupted itself. So does Cain's line stop because that's where the monsters that we read about in the book of Og and the book of Lamech of Cain and all of that, we find out that God quit talking to Cain's line, right? Because there was two Lamechs, one from Cain's line and one from Seth's line. Am I mistaken? They were basically, remember, because the Lamech from Cain's side was like, remember, he was going around with the giant saying God won't talk to us because we're of the line of Cain. Remember this? Lamech and Yuval command all to fear the Leviathan. God ignores the line of Cain. This is the book of Lamech, who lived in the city of Enoch. Can you go back to Genesis and tell me who built the city of Enoch? We just looked at it. "16. Then Cain went away from the face of the Lord." From the face of the Lord. From the face of the Lord. Did it say the presence? And even if it did, the face? Right? Then Cain went away from the face of the Lord and stayed in the land of Nod, east of Eden. Cain lay with his wife, and she was going to have a child, and she gave birth to Enoch. Now we know there was two Enochs. Cain built a city and gave it the name of Enoch, the name of his son. Okay, here we go. So there were two cities of Enoch, one built by each Enoch. Okay. But we know in the land of Enoch where Cain was, there was all kind of horrible things going on there. Right? Who's read this? Right here. Anybody or studied it with us, whether you've read it physically yourself or not, we know what happened in this book. Right? Okay? Okay. It says Cain, the forefather of Lamech, who was blank, with a leprous whiteness. And we talked about how if everybody started in Africa, this makes sense. We talked about how vitiligo would be the representation, not saying that that's the mark of Cain, but we compared it to that. Do y'all remember this class? And then we talked about the places in Africa where they feel like albinos are magic, or they have the line of Cain, and so then they started to send all of the albinos to a specific place in Africa because they were all white in their eyes. And remember this now. And then you remember now when Moses was born, he was albino as well. And his daddy went to Enoch and said, "Hey, what's up?" And he said, "Listen, it's your kid." Okay, he said, "I think my wife cheated on me with somebody. I mean Noah. I'm sorry. Excuse me, Noah. Please help me. Yes, thank you, Noah. Forgive me, Noah." He's like, "Hold on now." Okay, sorry y'all. Y'all know who I was talking about. Thank you, Noah. Right? He was like, I don't know. Okay. And Noah had, listen, y'all, because my mind is going a million miles because I got to get to what I'm trying to get to, and it's a whole bunch in here. But y'all know who I'm talking about, right? So if you look at, if the Bible doesn't tell us, thank you. If the Bible doesn't tell us when Cain died, but we know for a fact that he saw Jesus, he interacted with Jesus, and it was not just a mist that was sitting. They literally brought sacrifices to God, and he was like, "What is this?" Excuse me, to Jesus in the flesh, God in the flesh. Y'all get me? The Creator's Son. Okay. So when he tried to take his brother away and unalive him, Jesus was on the planet already. And if what we read last night has any validity, it makes sense of the whole your seed against his seed. Because they don't tell us what happened with the rest of Cain's line. It just disappears. You said, Dean, why did I read yesterday that someone with a blonde stripe in their hair is a sign of leprosy back in the day? You were considered unclean until your hair turned back to its original color. Interesting. It's filling in a lot of the blanks. It says, whomever slays Cain shall have vengeance visited upon their head sevenfold, as Abel's blood cried from the ground. Some leprous whiteness was made a sign that was visited upon all of Cain's descendants, as it was their inheritance for 7 generations. With this marked inheritance, Cain's descendants sought to do all that was wicked on the land in the sight of the Lord. Jesus was there. Since you won't pay attention to me, I'm going to make sure that you can see everything that I do. Remember, because he really unalived his brother because he felt like he wanted that attention, and God didn't smile. Jesus didn't smile at him like he smiled. It makes sense if Jesus was right there. If he was actually walking with them, teaching them. It says they did everything evil that they could in the sight of the Lord. Not just God from heaven, Jesus walking on earth. Think about that. When you read this, it's different. It's like, wait a minute. Jesus was here for all of this. This is how he's going to be able to judge everybody, not just from sitting up high. He watched it start. He was there. Just like even though we can't see him, he's here with us, and he sees every single thing that we do. Queen. So when he talked to people and said, I know your father is the devil and all of it, I mean, just, okay, come on. Whew. It says, for they had been marked by him. Cain's descendants sought to do all that was wicked on the land in the sight of the Lord, for they had been marked by him. What happened to Miriam and Aaron when the Lord came down on a cloud and had a powwow with them? What was the outcome of that for Miriam? Leprosy. For 7 days. She had to go sit outside the camp in dirt, right? And lepers had to wear white clothes. She was turned white with leprosy, cursed with white skin. So the same thing that happened to Cain, that unalived his children, that went against what God said, got the same thing that Miriam got. And it said that the Lord came down on a cloud and stood in the doorway and had a conversation with them. So when she left the presence of God, just like Cain had to leave the presence of God, the same thing showed up. He got 7 generations. She got 7 days. Of the same exact punishment. Remember, they playing? Seven days, 7 years. Okay. Okay. Here we go. It says, for the descendants of Cain had received unto themselves the damnation which was the fair portion for Cain's sin, and God refused to be angered by Cain's wickedness. Now it says, and God refused to be angered by Cain's wickedness, not the Lord. For Cain was not forgiven, and the descendants of Cain practiced all manners of evil, and that should not be forgiven unto men. So God ignored the line of Cain, for they were of no use to him. And the evil was in man's touch. So all the land touched by Cain and his marked descendants was brought unto desolation. And evil was in man's touch, so that all land touched by Cain and his marked descendants was brought unto desolation, and hell's breath, fire, was upon the land like a cloud. Interesting. And there was no goodness or good men to stop it. Therefore great darkness dwelled within the earth itself, for it was the first evil season. And the rocks themselves groaned with the groanings of mortally wounded man. And all mankind needed more rest in that time, for mankind stood all their days restrained and supported between the dead and the living. The great beast of the field rooted into the land, and in the heat of wrath and passion pushed out their hatred and fury as fire upon the earth. Upon this violence both men and beasts were wounded unto death, and healed often, for wounds in that time healed quickly. Y'all remember reading this? Oh, okay. He said, so Jesus talked to Cain first, and when Cain didn't listen, Jesus, you said, then God spoke. Well, in what we read in right here. Not necessarily in Genesis. Yes, you remember this. Okay. So does this not fill in a little bit more? You just looked at Genesis. It said Cain got cursed. The ground was cursed. He has relations with his wife and started a city. Right? And we don't hear nothing else about him. When we look in this biblical timeline chart, his lineage cuts off, and it shows us where. It don't say they had no kids or nothing. Could this have been the time that he was ignoring the line of Cain? Because we know it's sometime from the lost books that where they were at in the valleys and the mountains around the area of, I believe, Mount Ararat, that somehow or another Seth's line again mingled with Cain's line. So then they had to be alive in order for that to happen. But by that time, here we go now. We had the lion-headed men of Judah. We had all of these different. And if we know that Nebuchadnezzar can be turned into an animal, we know that the sons of Anak said that human beings look like grasshoppers to them. Right? Numbers could have been, if God was ignoring them and cut them off, nobody would be able to find them or connect who they are if they didn't put it in this version. But we've read the book of Lamech of Cain. The book of Lamech of Cain. Okay? But we've read in other books now, remember, that somewhere down the line, Cain and Seth's line mixed. I don't know if it's in Jubilees, Jasher, one of our apocryphas, but we read this. And we know that he had kids. We do. From our Bible and from this time chart, we know that he had children. But God started to ignore them in the Cave of Treasures. Thank you. So we read that in the Cave of Treasures that the lines got crossed. We also read last night that the rulers, okay, the rulers, you read it in the Jubilees too? Okay. The rulers, and the reason I keep saying that, also go by the name Cain, right? We found this out last night. Right? They playing. You said, I find it interesting this morning. A video popped up about the Canaanite and shows how they were connected to the people today. We'll be making shots. Interesting. Okay. It says the days of the earth were shadow with no hope. Cruelty attacked and made low, mortally wounded, and her pain was unending. Sorrow was the earth's, and the streams of water that sprung from the ground offered false hope and were bitter. What's happening with our water right now? They're bitter. Is the earth being burned up? Whether it be by men doing it or it's wildfires everywhere on almost every continent. And the world kind of seems like a dark place right now, does it not? It's like you can feel darkness looming almost. Could it be that Cain's line are the ones that went into the ground, therefore losing their pigment? It's like pressure in your chest, and the feelings of your eyes are back at all. You said at all times. Uh-oh. The hills have eyes. Or all the scary movies where they go into a cave and there's this being that can see in the dark, moves very quickly, and they find all these bones. He said in those underground cities they are finding in the mountains. Interesting. God says at the end times what's been hidden is gonna come out of the earth. They don't tell us Cain died, but so called he died, but it never said the rest about his lineage, like Jeepers Creepers following you. You said your bus these days. Oh, okay. Where do they tell us the reptilians are coming from? The depths of the earth underground. They show us all the time these reptilian like people in sculptures coming up under the New York streets and coming out of the potholes they showed us with Ninja Turtles. That there's a whole world down there of hybrids that are super strong, animals that talk still, because they're half human, half reptile, eating pizza. Hey, it says all mankind was shamed by the state of the earth, and all were of her sorrow and of her withering. Sounds familiar. Yet earth was treated as a stranger that mankind did not welcome as a guest. She was naked, and mankind would not clothe her. She was sick and in prison, and mankind did not care. And God spoke to the earth, do not weep for mankind yet, but moan him not. For the time will come that you will weep 40 days and 40 nights, and his stain has been cleansed, and you will be restored. Right. It said from the earth, not from the inside of it. Could the woman that the Antichrist that bore the Antichrist, could she be from the line of Cain as to why it's hidden? Because technically he is the son of the devil. You would want him to be in his line, that, but if they hide it, I mean, think about this, y'all. And did I bring? Okay. Okay. Because back to the questions of John that we read yesterday, right? It says right here on page 579, verse 11, it says, and I, John, asked the Lord further, saying, how is it that man came from a spirit within a carnal body? And the Lord said to me, from the fallen spirits of the heavens, they entered into the feminine clay, Mother Earth, makes sense, and took flesh on account of the lust of the flesh. And the spirit is born from the spirit, and the flesh from the flesh. And thus Satan's realm was established in this world. And I asked the Lord, saying, how did Satan come to reign in this world over the existence of humans? And the Lord said to me, my Father permitted that one to reign 7 days, which are 7 ages, which is 7,000 years. The same 7 days. Remember when we talked about the 7 days of creation was not 7 physical days. It was 7,000 years. 1 day is as in God's. Because he's getting ready to be able to come to power right now. You said got in just in time. Hey, Rika. Huh? So Miriam got 7 days. Cain got 7 generations, right? Cain, read, walked to and fro, and Lucifer has been referred to as Cain's father. Okay. God tells us there's going to be enmity between the chosen people of God and their seed and Cain / Lucifer's seed. It makes sense that we just thought it was demons because they cut off the line of Cain. There's nothing about them, but we understand that there was monsters and all of these different things in the land. Don't forget the elephant man and the ape men and all of the minotaurs, all of the harpies, all of this. The woman in Egypt has a beautiful body, wings, and bird feet. They were the rulers, right? The gods, right? The Bible talks about the rulers of darkness, the rulers of the principalities of the air. We read about that last night. Sometimes in the Bible, it don't tell us who the mama is, or it don't tell us who the daddy is. Could that be they hide that part because it was someone from the line of Cain? Remember, Adam and Eve had other children, other sons and other daughters, 53 or 63 of them. All of them maybe didn't side with mama and daddy, and they went to go over into Cain's city. It don't tell us when Cain died. Okay? It don't tell us when Eve died, but we know she did. We know they went through a whole process. And we talked about the first people lived 930 years, and the family doesn't mention the members they disowned. Oh, okay. That don't mean that they wasn't around and they wasn't having kids and they right. It'll say such and such married a relative. Well, a relative is one of Cain's kids. Or am I tripping? A relative is one of Cain's. You said no mention of the other kids or their descendants anywhere. Right. And Lamech had a daughter by his wife Zillah, named Naamah, and Naamah was born pale, not with the complete mark of the line of Cain. Naamah was beautiful and pleasant before the eyes of all, and known in the city of Enoch for her singing. Most people that end up becoming famous, a lot of them bleach their skin, yes or no? As soon as they become famous, they start bleaching their skin. Interesting. Okay. Lamech, Jubal, and Tubal-Cain. Then I warned Naamah of the sons of God. And the sons of God in the midst of the city of Enoch were mighty, and they had power and authority. Interesting. And they had their way with anyone they laid their hands on. And the sons of God showed man how to mix the blood and other abominations in the city of Enoch. And the sons of God were extravagant and ruled over the city of Enoch with misery, and there was no rest in their hatred. With this misery they mocked men with songs, for the destruction of the wicked is singing. Hold on, y'all. Are y'all getting this? Y'all don't think that should have been in Genesis? So that we could understand what was going on with with Cain when he started the city in the land of Nod. That should have been in there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. A lot of them have spirits starting to look like the enemy does not want me to teach this class. Y'all, you trying to get me, you said emancipated, wasting away. Uh-oh. You said emaciate? Emaciated. Cough, cough, Beyonce. Interesting. The other house went dark. Had to come back over here. It's dark. And I'm starting to see the lines. Do you hear me? They do not want this out. That's wild. So this ain't even working? Interesting. Wild. Give me a second. That's crazy. Very. Mm-mm. Oh! Y'all, I be tripping. Feeling like I feel something. I don't like that. Listen, hold on. You said they deleting comments too? Interesting. Interesting. Well, do y'all realize they do not want us to get this out? This was happening last night as well. And now I have a migraine. Make that make sense. But I just put some of this all on. You hear me? I ain't fooling with you. Here we go. They don't want us to put the pieces together. All right. It says the sons of God were extravagant and ruled over the city of Enoch with misery, and there was no rest in their hatred. With this misery, they mocked men with songs, for the destruction of the wicked is singing. Can you tell me the definition of extravagant? What's the definition of extravagant? Lacking restraint and spending money and using resources. An instance of excess, or is it prodigality? Is that, did I say that right? You said specifically an excessive outlay of money. Does that does that sound familiar? Any of that right now? Spending much more money than is necessary, going far beyond what is reasonable, or being extremely luxurious. Any of that hitting home right now? Extravagant means going far beyond what is normal, reasonable, or necessary, usually by costing too much money, being overly luxurious, or showing a lack of restraint. You said unthrifty myself, got it. Okay. And the sons of God in the midst of the city of Enoch were mighty. They had power and authority, and they had their way with anyone they laid their hands upon. And the sons of God showed men how to mix the blood and other abominations in the city of Enoch. The sons of God were extravagant and ruled over the city of Enoch with misery, and there was no rest in their hatred. Does any of this sound familiar? Right now. Does it? For the rulers, they're having their way with anybody they lay hands on. Nothing's being done to them for the things that they're doing right now. And they live in luxury and extravagance, right? Right. Okay. So if the rulers back in those days were seeing the people, the normal people, the people that would be the Hebrews, as grasshoppers, and in the city of Enoch, the sons of God had their way with anybody that they laid their hands on. Okay? If you go down here just a little bit, it says, and there was violence on the earth and violence in all things, for there were less women, and the men continually sought after strange flesh, or sought strange flesh for gratification. There were less women, and the men continually sought strange flesh for gratification. The wrath of living things was a force that the earth had never seen. Evil spread like locusts, resting upon every part of the land, and there will never be evil such as that again. Men then uncovered the nakedness of their fathers. We talked about that. And their mothers. They uncovered the nakedness of their brothers and their sisters and the nakedness of their own children. And men approached their blood relatives to uncover their nakedness, sharing all that was carnal within the family. And the prize was to uncover a woman's nakedness during her menstrual impurity. And they were more carnal than any men who ever walked the earth ever since, for they did not have the understanding of man. For carnal men know, and fools understand. Blood sacrifices were offered with leaven, for the bread of the wickedness was fresh, and the wine of violence intoxicated all living things. And the curses fell from the mouths of men into the earth throughout the day and night. And the earth was burnt from the wickedness, and the desolation grew as men cursed all, cursing their fathers, and women cursed their mothers, and all that lived cursed and blasphemed all. For the wicked loved the violence with all of their souls, and violence covered them like a garment. You said, so every law given, they broke it intentionally. It was a badge of honor to do. Exactly. And remember, Jesus was watching because he was here. Now we know how why the laws had to be given in the way that they did, because Cain's line was still living. God wasn't paying attention to them, but he was saying, don't do the things that they do. Don't get into the God worship. Think about it. You said it makes sense why God's law was the exact opposite of all the foolishness. Exactly, because, excuse me, if you go back up here, hold on. In the book of the bee, the middle order is composed of lords, powers, and rulers. These are called the priests, the Kanes, Kahne, or Kane, because they receive revelations from those above them. Okay? So the same name for the first son, you said, thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, right? We know is also another name for the rulers, the powers, and the lords, the angels. We also read yesterday that when he left, he went through all the layers. He went down, then he went up, and he took a third of all of the angels with him. Okay? If Cain gave his daughters, which we know he did, to the angels, that would be the line of Cain, would it not? Where they were sleeping with animals and they were sleeping with, whatever, however, whenever. It says that the sons of God ruled the city of Enoch. So Cain built a city for the angels. And there was wickedness and darkness and everything that we see at the parties that shall remain nameless also was happening in the city of Enoch. Well, who do they worship? Probably the line of Cain. Because everything that they did at the Diddy parties and the Epstein parties is what we are reading that was happening in the city of Enoch. With the antimony teachings and everything. Come on. What do we say in Genesis? That everything all flesh had corrupted itself? Ain't that what it say? As to why the earth had to be destroyed? Right. When Cain did what he did, Jesus literally, and okay, think about this. When Jesus came, was he healing leprosy? But he's the one that put the leprosy on Cain? So do we not know those people's names? Maybe because they were the line of Cain that was still here. The leper, why did it tell us his name? Could it be because he was in the line of Cain? Remember us talking about a lot of the places where the giants were, Jesus went. Like the places before the flood that the giants, the cities that they ran and all of that. Remember, Jesus, a lot of the places where he went to try to offer certain things was in places where the giants, they created that. There was magic there. There was all of these different things. Hello? Could these people have been the line of Cain? Could the demoniac have been in the line of Cain? Jezebel, Herodias, and these people. Because there's some groups of people, they don't give us nothing about who they is, that we just know that they went up against them. Where did they come from? Where they come from? Could they come from the descendants of the people that went to Enoch? Not the good one, the city of Enoch. Because we know from this Lamech of Cain, baby, they was producing all kinds of stuff coming up out of there. And even in our Bible dictionary here, our Bible timeline chart, they cut it off. But immediately we know that God said there was going to be enmity between Lucifer's seed and humans. And Jesus and God had mercy on them and tried to save them, cured some of them. Listen. Think about this. Because why wouldn't they tell us what happened to Cain now? The flood hadn't happened yet. The flood had not been completely destroyed. It didn't say that he... Why would he leave Cain alive for however long he lived, right? Knowing that he had children and grandchildren, and then completely just remove any remembrance of any of them, okay? So we don't know who they are, unless he wanted us to dig and find out. He gives clues. He gave us a clue with Noah and his white skin that his daddy was scared. I think she cheated on me with an angel. Well, I'm sure the city of Enoch was probably still popping during that time. Remember, it said that people was giving in marriage, throwing parties, kicking it, drinking, having a great time. Could that have been from all of the descendants of the people that were made in Enoch, in the city of Enoch? The wickedness came from everything that started in the first city. The rulers of all of these lands that was coming against the Israelites were giants and mystical beings with wings. Were these people of the line of Cain, seeing as how they were the ones mating with the animals, and the angels were mating with the animals, and the men were mating with the animals, and then they was mating with each other. Is this how we get the bird-headed gods in Egypt? And is this where they came from? The children of Cain. And the reason I say that is a lot of those people had green skin and blue skin. Could it be because it was something they was trying to cover up? Job's kids' descendants. That's why he had to do sacrifices every day for their wickedness and their parties. Okay. Where does it say Anubis came from? Who's Hathor's parents? Ra. And Ra is who? An angel of the sun? No, I know he's an Egyptian god. I'm saying, isn't he supposed to be? He's supposed to be the sun god, but we know that would make him an angel, a son of one of the angels that kept. You said Anubis is the son of Osiris, and his sister. You said Nephthys. I don't know if I said that right. Who had an affair and was later raised by Isis. Interesting. Do y'all think that these were the children of Cain? Because they were so pressed to rule over the Hebrews and conquer the world, right or wrong. And they viewed themselves as God, and they always show them way bigger than the regular people. The goddesses and gods of all the pantheons. Do we think that they were Cain's line? Because it didn't say it turned them completely white. It said they had leprous white markings, right? But we also know that there was some folks that was giants that was called the cave builders or the mountain builders. And most times when you look and you see these people lived in the mountains, they built giant cities like Cain did. And the angels were there to teach him geometry and all of these different things, physics and all of this, as to why going down the line, because remember, the Hebrews was nomads. They wasn't too much building cities, or am I tripping? The wall of Antarctica, if you cross that, they have people that look like giants and have blue and green skin. Interesting. You said yes, and that would make so much sense. On Grimm, it talked about how they used to be gods and people worship them, the animal people. Oh, okay. Hmm. Because they were obsessed with this is the enmity. They cut off Cain's line to where we could read about it so that we wouldn't understand who they were actually going up against. But when it say stuff like lion-headed men of Moab, well, and it talks about how they were the gladiators and the mighty men of renown and the rulers and the kings. It makes sense if the devil was easily able to hop into all of these bodies. He hopped into Pharaoh. He hopped into some of the um, Arab kings back in the day, the giant kings. And it makes sense. Because there was giants that it didn't tell us where they came from. It was beings and it didn't tell us where they came from. But if Cain's line went into the earth and hid during the flood and came back afterwards, that makes sense. And technically, we don't really know who the wives of his sons, where they came from. What if one or two of them was from Cain's line? Remember, after the flood, the son went and found all of the magic. Somebody had to tell him where it was. The Marine Kingdom, Atlantis. Hello. I'm thinking the leaders that we've been dealing with for however long are part of the line of Cain. And I'm just not talking about right now. Even before the foundation of America, the line of Cain. The Bible writes as if Lucifer just was stagnant after Adam and Eve. Right. Right. But we know that wasn't it. Because he went to Job. He went to all of these different people. He was constantly flip-flopping and changing into something else. And so were the third of heaven that he took with him. Remember, after the flood, Noah had to ask God to take 9/10 of them and put them where? In the earth. You said, why I just get kicked out? They doing it. Remember, the demons, and the demons were the spirits of the giants that were killed in the blood? Yes or no? As to how we got the incubus and succubus in that deal. How is it that the people in power right now that love extravagance and wealth and fine foods and the best parties and the most expensive parties, that have all of the power and money, how is it that they are practicing the exact same things that they did in the first city on the planet? Bestiality, hurting children, drinking blood, swapping family members, unaliving people for wealth and money, blowing up God's earth for war and power. The exact same things that were happening in the city of Enoch from the son of Cain are happening in our world as we speak. The things that happened in that city, and they go to the city of Los Angeles to do it. And if you wondering to and fro, you lost. Okay? Right. He said, I swear you be in my house. Kay and I were watching Supernatural, and he said the evil spirits were false gods, and God got rid of them. He said the fake gods want to be the real God, but they can't. Come on. The city of Los Angeles is their ancient headquarters. Come on. Which is why everything there is dedicated to the Sumerians, the Egyptians, the rulers, the principalities, the lords, the authorities. He said there was a movie called The City of Los Angeles. Mm-hmm. Okay. You said this came after seeing Meg in the first season of Supernatural, and she used the man's blood in her chalice to call her father. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Do you think that people sacrificing children comes from Cain's hatred of his brother? As to why Lucifer or Cain's line started to slay their children for sacrifice, because they know it hurt Jesus when he was here. And so then he had to become the ultimate sacrifice, because people were sacrificing his children to these deities. But we know that they weren't just spirits, they were actual beings. You said Kenneth Copeland drank blood in the sanctuary. Did. Not only am I going to unalive my brother, I'm going to have my kids unalive they kids. And I'm going to go and I'm going to... Hey. Because if Cain's line got cut off, how did all that stuff find its way into the Hebrews and the Israelites? Didn't it say they turned out their false gods and they would throw their children into the fire and their children would be assaulted and all of these different things, the things that they was doing to their own kids. Well, if that's the line of Seth, how did they get over there? Unless Cain's line was still here. You said they are so quick to say it's an accident for suicide. You said, but we really know what happened. Listen, I know. Y'all getting me? Maybe they took out what happened to Cain because we would recognize that it's happening now. You said, so I wonder if the leopard spots made them not completely pale. If they mated with each other for generations, would the spots then cover the whole body, making them pale all over? We talked about it a while ago, Nicole. Because a lot of what's happening by a certain group of people, and everybody in leadership is a certain, they acting like the kids of of Cain right now. It was still here all throughout Egypt, and that's where you said that's where they picked it up. Oh, okay. Does this change Genesis for you? Does this help you understand more of why God destroyed the earth? Because Cain's kids were still here. And the wickedness that came forth came out of that first city. Maybe that's why God, that was the only one he mentioned. Did he tell us the city that Seth started? Watch your words, Mr. Hardy. It's kids in here. You said I remember the conversation, but I have to phrase things as questions sometimes, or they'll got it, got it, got it, got it, got it, got it. Elsie got you. Got it. Okay. Yeah, because they playing, baby. They knocked us out like 3 times yesterday. He said makes sense because everybody in power are related: singers, musicians, actors, kings, rulers, etc. Oh, okay. The first cousin, all the presidents' cousins. Hello. This is why they have to marry each other. Interesting. You said some way or another is true. Is this making you think of the others? Because I'm trying to figure out why they hid Cain's line. I know God quit talking to him, but if there's a book for every single person, where they books at? The children of Cain, the ones that they do tell us about, where they at? What happened with them? You said vitiligo. We talked about it. And seeing as how Jesus was here to see stuff. When it said the Lord allowed the ground to open up, and because God was watching all of it, he was on earth. Now I understand why God calls us his kids, his children, because the children of Satan and the children of God are at a constant battle all the time. Well, it's just not evil, people that's mean. It is actual the line of Cain that went against basically the line of Abel and then against the line of Seth, because they were never accepted. So then they was forever trying to kill Seth's line. They got the heart of their daddy, a murderer. You said then they staged a takeover with religion, adopting the name of Jesus to enforce their control, like another attempt to slap his face, hurting his people, and doing it in his name. Listen, you said, now I understand why the pigs asked if they were getting judged. It wasn't supposed to be time because they saw Jesus God. Right. He was here the whole time. When it says the Lord spoke to them, the Lord spoke to them. When it says the Lord saw all the evil that was being committed, he was here. In these questions of John that I read, y'all, okay. It says, and again I, John, asked the Lord, saying, what will this age be like? And he said to me, from the time when the devil fell from the Father's glory and desired his own glory, he was seated above the clouds and sent his ministers, the angels of searing fire, to men below from Adam to Enoch. And Satan sent his minister and took him up above the firmament and showed to him his deity, and commanded that he be given pen and ink. And sitting there, he wrote 76 books. And Satan ordered Enoch to bear them back down to the earth. Then Enoch carried down the books and gave them to his children and taught them how to make proper form of sacrifices and places of sacrifices. And they did thus. And they closed the kingdom of heaven to humans and said to them, see, I am God, and there is no other God before me. Now, I don't exactly know how they interpreted that, because it seems like they were getting a little bit of that twisted to me. But how many times have we saw that Lucifer has always tried to beat God to whatever it was that he was doing? The reason that they made it with the women is because they knew that Jesus was going to come in the flesh through a human woman. Right? Lucifer with Adam and Eve always came acting like what he knew Jesus was about to send. Right? Or no? The decoy comes before the real thing. And the decoy says exactly what God is going to say, but they twist it a little bit. The only reason Lucifer was able to offer Jesus the world is because God gave him dominion over it. Right? How you trying to offer me something that's already given to me, because I know once I die, I'm saving the world? Lucifer was constantly coming, mind you. Okay, I'm just read this right here. It says, for this reason has my Father sent me into the world, to make his name known to humankind, and they might discern, and that they might discern him and the malicious devil. When then Satan had realized that I was descending into this world, he sent his angel and chose 3 trees and gave them to the prophet Moses for my crucifixion. And these very limbs are safeguarded for me even now. And he, Moses, declared him Satan. Now, this kind of confused me right here. I don't know. As God, and he, Satan, ordered that the law be given to the children of Israel, and thus he led them out through the dry land, through the middle of the Red Sea. Now, that I think they kind of whatever, but I forgot that Moses did used to worship the deities in Egypt prior to him getting the law. So I think that the person interpreted this might have got that a little confused, but it makes sense because prior to Moses leaving Egypt, he was worshiping the idol gods and the gods of the Egyptians, was he not? He was raised as an Egyptian. Remember? So you don't think that Lucifer came up in one of their incantations and tried to hurry up and play God to Moses? Think about this now. Janus and Jambres did the exact same thing that Moses did. Right? Or no? You said I read somewhere that God had made a way to save the world, so he sent Jesus into the flesh to be a living sacrifice for us. Yeah. How many antichrists has it been? So many we can't count. How many times has God went to a person and said, Lucifer is coming to deceive you? If you've seen the devil's Bible, it's God's Bible just with the words mixed up. Exactly. Okay. So you think about Cain's children still being here, the enmity between his seed and thy seed. You said this has some validity because if you understand the 613 laws was not a command given by God. They are basically laws of man by man. Could that be the law that they're referring to? It could be. I don't know for sure. Right? But Lucifer is always coming to try to do what God is going to do first because he was up there. Remember, he was the administrator. He saw Jesus before he ever fell. He knew the plan. He was the dude that orchestrated everything in heaven. So he knew the plan. Maybe except for the part that he was going to rebel against God. You said he is a prolific imitator as well. This is exactly what I'm talking about. God told us that he built a city that was built before the foundations of the earth that humans are going to be able to go into, right or wrong. And the streets were gold, and the buildings are beautiful, and there's crystal, and there's little fires of crystal, and all of these different things, right? Right? So if Jerusalem or the city that we are going to get to go to was built before the foundations of the earth, could that be why when the fallen angels were thrown to earth and they started to produce with women, they built the cities that they built because they had already seen it? You said made, you said so Hasatan, you said is made, he won't be able to go into this city. Huh? Mad he won't be able to go in. Exactly, because he's seen it. He probably was one of the angels that was helping construct it. Remember what we read last night? It said he was the one that was telling people, go do this, go do that, go build, go, right? As to why he thought he could run everything, all the kingdoms. The kingdom of the waters, the kingdom of the clouds, the kingdom of this, the kingdom, because these are like levels. And he pulled from a third of those people, those beings, and brought them down with him. Well, we know the 200 angels went into the women. Whose women? Cain's daughters. And they became the rulers, the mighty men, the gods that were worshipped, the deities that were the big statues that was carved, the elephant men, the ape men. Hello. He said we gravitate to what we are familiar with. They tried to build a kingdom like what God built. He said, and Cain's descendants, not the ones who stand with us, still are prolific imitators. Taking what's not theirs and slapping their names on it. They want dominance, just like Satan led Cain to want it. So they was already mixing sin with sin. Come on. He said, let me grab my purse and go. You done messed up my head. Listen. Again, I didn't ask y'all to grab y'all big green book for nothing. This is God said it's mysteries. Mysteries, you got to go looking. So, let's do this again. This is Cain's line, right? Irad, Methuselah, all these different ones. Lamech, and then Tubal-Cain, Nahmah, Jubal or Ada, Jabal or Ada, and Jared was alive right at this same time. Okay? Jared was born. Okay? In the days of Jared, the angels went down into the women of who? Cain. Cain. Hello? Because this is Seth's line right here. You don't see nothing else. It says, a furbisher of every cutting instrument or copper, and of copper or iron, the Vulcan of the Greeks. Interesting. Many discoveries and inventions are ascribed to the mental activity of Cain's posterity. He was the father of all such as handle the harp. He was the father of such that dwell in tents and have cattle. Interesting. Interesting. It says, as no dates or years are given in the line of Cain, the reader can extend the birth and life of each to suit. Why they don't want to tell us about how long Cain's son Enoch lived, Cain's son Irad lived, Cain's son Mahuel, I don't know, Methuselah and Lamech. Why we don't know how long they lived? Why they don't tell us how long they lived? Could it be because their fathers were angels? Or their great granddaddy was Lucifer? As to why they don't, y'all got the book. It don't show you how long how long they was living. It only give us Seth's line and how long they lived. Would they be the immortals? Because it don't give no ages there. The wizards and the witches. Huh? The warlocks. They said they've been living for thousands of years, and everybody that heard, like Gandalf. I'm just asking y'all. I told y'all this is brainstorming. These books are new to me, but it's making a lot of other stuff make sense. Just like I said, Adam had a staff. We know that it came from the garden and it had powers and it passed down through Seth's line. Now we know why the rod was so important. The reed. That was stretched out, and that the water and all of this, because Lucifer literally sowed a seed of something, some type of plant or whatever it is in the garden, and the evil grew up in the tree, in the reed, in the whatever exactly it was. And this, who? So it makes even more sense about the staff. That different Elijah had it, Moses had it. You said a lot of powerful are druids into hoodoo. Could be generational. Listen, you said that could also be why they were red rumming their children. They used their parts and blood to keep them living. We see it today with organs and you know what? Transplants. Yep. Yep. What's a vampire? And what color is their skin normally? And what happens if they go out in the daylight or the sun, supposedly? They could be considered cannibals. As to why God said you ain't supposed to be eating human flesh. Pale skin and they burn. Y'all think we've been deceived about what's been right in front of us the whole time? But because nobody told us to go looking for Cain's line, we never thought that we was looking at him the whole time. If they daddies could change their form, they can change their form. And what do we see happening in Hollywood all the time? And this is why they always use black are the vampires in New Orleans. New Orleans. Listen, they can transform you into anybody they want you to be in Hollywood. Shapeshifters. They can make you old. They can make you young. They can make you big. They can make you little. They can make you super tall. They can make you into anything they want you to be in the city of Los Angeles, where magic transformations happen. They flopping and flipping all the time. Come on. Panda, panda, panda. Come on. You think the Kane kids still live among us and they're famous people? Oh, I do. The powerful people of this world right now. Hold on, y'all. Let me go to the restroom. I do believe it. You said the powerful people who are running this world, synagogues of Satan. Synagogues of Satan. You said Dracula could turn into a bat, a wolf, and even reverse his age to be a young man again. You said it's been in our face for years. You think, yeah, yeah. Um, where is the book? Which makes sense as to why they're always drinking out of a chalice and there's blood in it. Remember that in Eve's dream, she dreamed that Cain was drinking the blood of his brother as it was splashing on his face. I don't know where it is. I'm looking for another. That's the werewolf book and shape shifting things. This is it. So, remember this book? He said that's why they call them pure bloods. Remember this? The devils and evil spirits of Babylonia, and being Babylonian and Assyrian incantations against the demons, schools, vampires, hobgoblins, ghosts, and kindred evil spirits which attack mankind. Kindred. Could that be because they were from Cain's line, y'all? Because don't forget, Cain and Seth was brothers. That's kindred. No? And the giants that died, if they came out of Cain's line, they were kin to the people in Seth's line, the kindred spirit, aka kindred, aka family. Come on, y'all. Y'all got this book? Some of y'all got this book. Go grab it if you can. I know some of y'all don't, but if you have this one, right? Now look. In the book of Lamech of Cain, it said they were sleeping with demons. They were sleeping with the dead. They were sleeping with demons, right? It says the object of the two volumes which form the present work is to supply the student of the Assyrian demonology with English transliterations and translations with the necessary notes. We got that part. So it's the cuneiform text from the Babylonian tablets, right? It says the tablets belonging to the series Atuki, Limnuto, or Limnuti. It's a whole bunch of names, basically translating evil spirits, fever and sickness, and headache, which have now been identified together with the text of a considerable number of compositions of similar character. These collections of evil spirit texts from large and important sections of the native literature concerning Babylonian and Assyrian demonology, and there is a reason to believe that the material now published represents about one half of that belonging to three series mentioned above, which was known to the scribes of Ashurbanipal. and of the conditions of the archetypes in pre-Babylonian times. We have no information, whatever. Well, that's not true. We have it, they don't. But Ashurbanipal had these texts, right? Now, y'all, this has been sitting right here the whole time. What the heck? And I don't even have it highlighted. Listen to this. Quite recently, however, the missing portion of this text has been identified and is now clear to the text in is in incantation and nothing more. This document, the opening lines of which have been so strangely misunderstood, indicated to the magician who was about to treat his afflicted patient that a certain kind of plant or tree, the origin of which, according to the tradition, grew in Eridu and afforded a dwelling to Shamash and Tammuz, contained magical properties. And acting on this information, the magician was directed to make use of the portion of the Kiskanu plant. The Kiskanu plant or tree on behalf of the said patient. Kiskanu. Kiskanu. Kanu, like Cain. A special plant that was just east of Eden. Huh? Could it be the plant that Lucifer planted in the reed? It's also making me think about the movie The Mayfair Witches, where the demon was sleeping with the mama, the daughters, the brothers. The plant that he planted in there in the garden that we just read about last night. Because the magician is the one that's going to go get it. You said it's linked to the water god Enki. Interesting. The water god. Who was reading last night in the Testament of Adam about the angels of the waters? And then we read in the book of the Bee about all the different angels, and we read in Enoch about all the different angels, and the angels that lord over the waters, and the angels that lord over the clouds and the storehouses, and this, that, and the other. And then we read in the questions of John about Lucifer being the overseer of heaven and going to all the doors or gates of heaven and saying, unlock the door so I can come in here and look around, make sure y'all doing what y'all supposed to do. You said Kiss Canoe is a cannabis plant. Cannabis. Hilarious. No, don't say that. Oh, man. That sucks. Kiss Canoe is cannabis. Isn't that interesting? The seed. Weed is the seed of Cain? Wait a minute. Wait one moment. That's the plant he sold in the garden? You said the water god. So weird, because we were talking about the Minotaur earlier, and Poseidon, the water god, is the one who made the queen fall in love with the bull, and she birthed a Minotaur. Interesting. Oh no, that makes me sad. No way. Well, there goes that. Oh, damn. No. Mr. Hardy. Didn't you say they kicked you out and brought you back in? And you've been saying people saying their comments and stuff is getting deleted. Why would you put that there? You said the way I'm laughing in this car right now. No, I don't. That make my heart hurt real bad. You gotta watch what you're saying. They've been messing with our live, honey. Right. The word is linked to the other Sumerian phrases like Gisgan, Abzugim, the Kiskanu of the Nether Sea. He said showing its association with sacred or underworld imagery. Interesting. So is that like the plants that was... You said is a plant or tree mentioned in ancient Mesopotamian texts, particularly in Sumerian and later Akkadian incantations. That's why it's a fight for it to be made legal. Interesting. Well, amen. Learn something new every day. You said the plant is also linked to the Abrahamic Accords. Interesting. What if this what that was? The Seven Devils, the well-known legend of the plant of Kishkanu, which is otherwise unknown in medical and magical texts. Interesting. I'm just thinking about all the times I done seen little plants here and there in different pictures. It might not be this book. Give me one moment. That made me sick. I ain't even gonna hold y'all. That makes me altogether sick. They might be. It's a picture where the Egyptians have a specific plant in their hands. And I'm wanting to know how many leaves it got on it. And I know it's here somewhere. Wait a minute, that's grapes. That look like cactuses. Okay, so look. What y'all think? Can y'all see it? Y'all think any of these were the Kiss Canoe? Because they always show them farming different. You said, so fun fact, they're using medicinal part of weed in anesthesia. This is used in the NWO to help folks with pain. Assatan's plants. You said in Chinese Shandong lore, they associate cannabis with sacred mountains and feminine spiritual power, with the plant being used by early shamans to communicate with spirits. Lord Jesus. You said this is why you see things. They use it for cancer patients as well. You said this is why you see things and folks get frightened when they use it sometimes. Now, you know what I'm wondering? Hold on though. Y'all know what I'm wondering? If God already, hear me out now, already had a use for that plant, and Lucifer knew that it was going to be a healing plant, and that's why he played with it. Does that make sense? That's why he infiltrated it, just like he infiltrated humans, because we were never, prior to us sinning, right? We didn't experience death. We didn't experience any of that. And all of the herbs God made, he said, good for consumption, right? So if that was the main healing plant, he played with it and turned the use. It can be good or bad depending on how you use it and why. Exactly, because every single thing that God was going to use to heal us, the devil has tried to infiltrate. It doesn't matter what it is. The ground was cursed so that the nutrients that was supposed to be in the ground isn't even in the ground anymore, because of what Lucifer and the snake and Eve and they all did. We have disease in our body because sin entered in and it altered our DNA as to why we have dying flesh now and not flesh that will live for 1,000 years. So when it said that he sowed his seed into the reed, into the plant, it makes you also think about, did he sow his seed into Eve as to where Cain's line came from? Because it's the battle of the seeds. You said opium can be good or bad depending on how you use it. The coca plant, same thing. Exactly. Now, what are they doing to Kiss Canoe? They are manipulating the seeds. You said I've read many research on it, and it is a healing herb, but depending on how it's used. Exactly. Exactly, as a medicine. If it's used as a medicine or as a habit. You said I like the battle of the seeds, because that's what it is. Yes, the ancient Egyptians used cannabis. Archaeology, textual, and chemical evidence indicates that they used the plant for a variety of medicinal, industrial, and ritualistic purposes. Right. Just like when we drink wine, right? It's supposed to be representative of God's blood. But Satanists drink wine out of the same type of chalice, and it's to do a ritual. But they drink real blood and not grape juice. You said crazy because I was reading how cannabis oil was also used in the original anointing oil for the tabernacle. Right. Like once you put fire to it, it changes the compounds and becomes poisonous. Right. I remember y'all saying that. You said I looked up the canoe plant and jasmine came up. So I'm thinking it's, again, right? These herbs are in families, right? It's a family of this kind of herb. It's a family, and they, like they'll say, lemongrass is in the this family of this herbs, or this, like rosemary is in the family of these herbs, and you could use this and this and this, and they're along the same family of herbs, right? There's different types of rosemary. There's different types of jasmine. There's different types of pretty much everything. Okay? You said, I just drank some lemongrass. Hilarious. You said, so if you think about, you said I looked up the canoe plant. It's kiss canoe. Do you see what I'm saying? This is why witches, warlocks use herbs and plants in their rituals. But this is also why God had people go get herbs and plants to have for their food. Again, we just read right here that when Lucifer knew that Jesus was coming to earth, immediately he started to try to run and rule over who? The earth and humans. He tried to recreate the spirit and the flesh becoming one body. A heavenly spirit pregnating a woman, okay, so that a ruler could be born, or rulers could be born from a heavenly and earthly source. If God orchestrated the garden, it makes sense that Lucifer, because guess what? He didn't wait until Adam and Eve had lived a whole bunch of years. He went straight into the garden. But we already know Jesus had been walking through there. Jesus gave a direction. Lucifer came right behind him and gave another one. Huh? God said the herbs are good, the vegetables and the fruit and everything that I planted in the garden is good. Okay? And then Lucifer came and sowed evil into a plant, planted a plant, sowed evil into a plant, however you want to look at it. And now everything that God made that was good is now tainted. Okay? It says in one of the versions that we read that he sprinkled his poison onto the fruit before he gave it to Eve. And she did eat. So literally, every single thing that God created and he said it was good, immediately when Lucifer started, think about it. The angels was good. Prior to Lucifer talking to them, they was cool. Everybody was doing their job. Everything was in order. And then he sowed a seed of doubt or distrust or whatever it was into their ears and caused them to fall as well. Then what did they start doing? Like y'all said, taking God's herbs and teaching women how to do magic. They took the rocks and taught them how to make shields and swords for bloodshed. So it's not that the stuff in the earth was evil. It's once Lucifer put his hand on it that anything that Lucifer touched went against God. The earth was cursed. His brothers was cursed because they was kicked out. They lost their robes and their crowns and their thrones, which is why when they got to earth, they wanted them and their children to rule over who God called his kids, made in his image. He said, is this why in some movies people call them demigods? Right. Think about it. If we're made in God's image, right, and Lucifer lost his glory, okay, one, that's why he wants us destroying our bodies, okay, because his was destroyed. But also the seed, it goes back to that. How do we know what Lucifer's seed looked like? The curse. Lucifer was cursed. His brothers was cursed. The snake was cursed to go down on his belly because he listened to Lucifer. Okay? The garden was forever changed because of whatever he sowed into it. He touched, he went in there and messed with it after he had went against God. And then it's all about corrupting the seeds, and not just the human seed. This, because think about it, genetically modifying our food to be seedless is what? So let's use Kiss Canoe. If you're getting Kiss Canoe with seeds in it versus no seeds, would that be the same thing as him playing? Because think about this. Who y'all think got the angels and stuff to start doing miscegenation, which was the mixing of the species? So this could even go for our seedless fruit that we're eating, that's bendy, that's catching on fire, that you can peel like plastic. The fake meat. And it don't have no benefits in it. You said Satan was the first GMO farmer and the first geneticist. Exactly. Him and his brothers. This, and it was to alter what God had already made good. In every way, alter the food. You are what you eat. You don't have to go to God for healing, even though God said he made herbs for healing and this, that, and the other, mix this and that together. We know this because God made all the plants. Like you said, the cocoa plant and whatever else. If you abuse it and use it for the wrong reasons, right? But you can lay that on a person that got a cut or some kind of gunshot wound, it'll numb the area. Those are herbs for medicine. You said he was the first plant breeder and horticulturist. Come on. So, is that why the leaders of this world, like Bill Gates, are so obsessed with giving us fruit without seeds and meat that didn't come from the animals that God made? Altering the seeds. When they put these chips in bodies, it's going to alter the seed of Adam. It's a molecular and genetic change that happens when man and machine mix. You said, I think altering us is one of the oldest and main plans now. Our DNA, clones, hybrids, injections, and corruption of our food and water. Exactly. Think about it. Instead of giving us pills, they could just mix the herbs and give us that. But they give you this much of the herb and a whole bunch of other stuff that actually makes you more sick. I remember when I was growing up, you didn't see Kiss Canoe without seeds in it. Now, it's hard to find some that have it. Why? Because they've altered the seeds. Our watermelons don't have seeds. Our lemons don't have seeds. Our oranges don't have seeds. Our apples don't have seeds. Our kiwis, some of them don't even have seeds. Our melons don't have seeds. You said there, where there is no seed, nothing can grow, and many women have fertility issues. Exactly. You said, you don't. I just told him don't put that in there. You said, but I tried to find some with seeds and no one had any. Right. The fake meat, all of that. Men also, right? So do y'all think, because think about it, Cain altered genetics or the lineage of Adam when he killed Abel. right? Because technically Abel was supposed to have children. So he killed off the seed. He didn't just kill Abel, he killed off the seed of Abel as well, which altered how children and whatnot were going to be born. No daughters and sons came from Abel. So Adam's lineage was changed forever. Okay? Think about this. The earth was cursed right after that. So anything that Seth and them ate came from a cursed earth. If he's already planted seeds into, because it says that the earth started to put forth briars and thorns. Where fruit and stuff was growing, it was just bushes with nothing on them, with thorns and stuff on them. The ground became harder. It wasn't as fertile. He said Satan's goal was to wipe out humanity. What better way than to get rid of the child and after the DNA of another? Alter the DNA of another. There would be no pure humans left. Okay. No pure seeds. No pure pure fruit. No pure vegetables. No pure animals. No pure nothing. Even the water was tainted and bitter. Bitter streams started to come up when Lucifer. Well, he knew humans needed water to live. He knew this whole everything needed water. The living water. So even with that, when we read in Adam, when it said the demons would taint the water to make people sick and make people be, that's why one of the cities where the women were sterile, I believe it was Elijah or Elisha, one of them had to go throw water, or Ezekiel, one of them, don't get me wrong, I know it's one of the prophets, they threw salt in the water because the water was so bitter and so toxic that it was causing the women to become sterile. You mean like now? You said, and now we have things like the Dead Sea. Exactly. So everything that God made good, humans, because at first we were just spirit. We didn't know anything about evil. And then he sowed the seed of evil into us. And every single person born after Adam and Eve is a sinner. So he understands if he sows or changes or mutates the seed, he mutates whatever it is for until the end. Is that why they're so obsessed with changing our genetics? And think about it. Racism is genetics, is it not? Racists are obsessed with genetics. Who has superior genetics? That's why they call themselves the superior race. And they say they're the superior race because they have pale skin and light eyes. What did Noah have that made his daddy scared of him? Pale skin and light eyes. And the daddy thought, evidently he done been with an angel. My wife done been with an angel. He said, yes, they are, and it's all they care about. Are you seeing it though? So whether it's herbs, fruits, vegetables, you said this makes sense as to why what you were talking about earlier about Satan tricking people, because he knew what was going to happen. You said, and the truth comes after. You said, what is in us that they want to obliterate? Right, albinos. Right. It started with Cain and Abel. It did. So it's not even just the human seed that he was infiltrating, it was every kind of seed. Us included. Do you think this is why God told us to pray over everything that we eat and drink and ingest? This also takes us back to the gall class. Why Jesus wouldn't drink it. Because we looked up what gall is. He even tried to put parasites or whatever else it was, even if it's a plant parasite, infected berries or grapes or whatever it was. It's like he's never given up on trying to alter what God made. And that's wild. Our food, the animals, mixing of the animals, mixing humans, and it's all genetics. The scientists that take two different types of bananas and make it like the bananas we got in America, they don't even have seeds. But every other country you go to, their bananas have seeds. They shorter, fatter. Sometimes they longer, but they don't look like ours. That's interesting. And America does the most with asking people to alter fruits and vegetables, oils, everything. And come to find out, everything that they say is healthy is not healthy, and everything that they say is not healthy is actually probably better for you. Very interesting. I done ran out of coffee, y'all. I need to go make me some more. Is y'all tripping or no? Like, this goes so much deeper than we could ever even imagine. Think about the immunizations that they gave to sterilize people and they didn't even know that it was a sterilization. Who was causing them to do that? Hold on, y'all. Also, when you talked about the oil, it makes me think about God saying, don't go to the apothecary to get your oil made. Make it yourself. Make it in the way. This is opening up a whole new way of reading the Bible. The hatred is so deep. It is. But it also makes me think about when God told them, don't go to the apothecary, make your oil in the way of the apothecary, but don't have the apothecary make it, because he knew that they were witches and warlocks. Y'all remember when we read this? Make the same oil they make, but don't have them make it for you. His bloodline doesn't want us to know. Yeah, that's why they keep cutting us off. But because I was thinking, well, when did Cain die? I know we read it, but then it never talks about his lineage. But the Bible talks about Lucifer's seed going against Adam's seed, which I believe that the Cain and Abel story was that. You said yes. We just in each other's head today. Listen, it's a real thing, right? Because the Antichrist is the devil's form of Jesus, is he not? He's the God of this world, and that's it. It's going to be his son, but it's going to be a man that the spirit of Lucifer is going to inhabit. That's the exact same thing as Jesus and God. And he's going to sit on the throne. Where is Jesus seated? On the throne next to God. If Jesus was the one calling down fire from the heavens to burn up the sacrifices, it makes sense as to why I said that the Antichrist is going to call down fire. Remember, it said that the Antichrist is going to do everything Jesus did, but he won't be able to bring people back from the dead. That's how you're going to know he's the Antichrist. He is the seed of Lucifer. So it makes sense that if they I don't want to say whitewash, but disappeared Cain's line, right? Because that's who the Antichrist was going to come through. This is why we don't know who his parents or where he came from, okay? Because that line has been hidden so that the Antichrist could be hidden. So when he comes out, people will think that he is Jesus. You said, wait, sis, I'm confused. So the man here is here. The AC is going to inherit the body. Yeah, the devil is literally going to inhabit him. It is going to be Lucifer walking in the flesh, just like Jesus was God walking in the flesh. Remember, the man is going to lay dead in the streets of Jerusalem for like 3 days. And when he get up, Lucifer is going to be in his body. The same way that Jesus laid in the grave for 3 days, and when he got up, the glory of God was with him and on him, and he had the keys. He had taken back the keys to death and hell. Well, don't you think it's weird that the AC is coming here to cause the death? He's literally coming to earth to kill the humans and to chip them, to mark them. Well, what did Jesus come here to do? To collect his kids. I'm just saying, I wouldn't be surprised if the Antichrist came from Cain's line, because why did they hide it? Another imitation of God, right? God came to undo death. Jesus, right? The death on the cross. He came and he undid all the sins and all of that kind of stuff so we could get forgiveness for our sins and we could go to heaven. Boom. To save and redeem us. Well, the Antichrist, Lucifer in the flesh, okay? You said, and he is just a smokescreen for what is to take place. Exactly. Hey, okay? So a lot of this is making more sense. It really is, because a lot of this started with Cain. All of it started with Cain. You said his whole plan is like using imitation crab in a seafood boil. That part. It was right there in our face in the first book. Uh, Your seed against his seed. And if the snake did what we read last night, that makes sense. His whole thing was to alter the DNA of humans. And if he did impregnate Eve, and people say, "Well, I don't believe that happened." Well, then how did his daughters get pregnant by the angels? Because I read somewhere that Cain wasn't the first son. He was actually born after Abel. So God came to undo death, and Lucifer is coming to bring it. Yes. Did we read that here together somewhere? That they put it in the Bible that Cain was the first son, but it was actually Abel that was the first. You said, do you know that there are people that are making false meat of some people to eat? Yeah, we talked about that. That's why I told y'all I had my own meat grinder. Do y'all remember us reading that? Abel was simply Adam's first son. Exactly. Because it said that it says Seth was in Adam's likeness. Abel wasn't? Not Abel. Cain? You said this is why Jesus said it will be like the beginning so we can look deeper. Listen. Because why does it say that Seth was his son, a son after his own likeness, Adam? Why does it make the difference? It says Eve lay with her husband and she became pregnant with Cain. But it doesn't necessarily say that Adam fathered him. But it does say that Abel and Seth were his children. In the words of Cat Williams, Adam said, whose goddamn white baby is this? You said, notice all the sacrificing the first sons. Exactly. You said, but Cain went to a different land and found himself a wife. There was more people in a different place. No, he didn't. He married his sister. Maybe he shifted to look like Adam so she didn't know. Or maybe there was a threesome. Because we read in the questions of John last night. It says the devil entered paradise and planted a reed in the middle of paradise, and from his spit he made a serpent and ordered it to remain within the reed. And thus the devil hid the craft of his deceit so that they could not see his deception. And he went into paradise, saying to them, from every fruit that is in paradise eat, yet from the fruit of iniquity do not eat. Afterwards the malevolent devil entered into the evil serpent And he deceived the angel who was in the shape of the woman and poured out over her the head of lustful desire for sin. And Eve's lust blazed like a furnace, and the devil left the reed at once in the form of the serpent and wrought his concupiscence with Eve with the serpent's tail. This is why they are not called the children of God, but the children of the devil. And the offspring of the serpent wished to serve their father, the devil, until the end of the age. And afterward, the devil poured out his lust on the head of the angel who was in Adam. And both were found in the midst of enjoying their lust together, generating the children of the devil and of the serpent until the end of the age. This is saying concerning the corrupt matter. We're matter. It says, and afterward I, John, asked the Lord, saying, why do people say Adam and Eve were created by God and placed in paradise and trusted to be his stewards? And this happened because of the transgression of the command of the Father, that they were given over to death. And the Lord said to me, oh, listen, dearest John, foolish people say this falsely, that my Father made the clay bodies from the Holy Spirit. He made all the powers of the heavens. However, they were found having clay bodies and were given over to death because of the transgressions and because of their fall. You said, you know what? You just blew my mind with that one. Remember, Lucifer would come to Adam sometimes as a woman. I do remember this. Toya Wright, and in the Norse mythology, the giant god Loki would made himself into a woman too, and as a woman birthed some of his children. Now, right. Do y'all remember when we read in the book of Adam and Eve, when it talked about the Lucifer and 10 of his hosts transforming themselves and showing Adam and Eve how to do the do? But it says Adam's okay. Can y'all go to page 62? Book 2 of the OTP. I'm sorry, page 60. The Jubilees. No, go to page 59. 59, book 2, OTP. Y'all, down at the bottom, the first 7 years in Eden. Stay here when you over there. Y'all over there? Book 2 of the regular OTP. Page 59. Yes? Y'all over there? Okay. Down at the bottom, it says, and during the first week of the first Jubilee, which is the first 49 and 50 years, Adam and his wife had been in the Garden of Eden for 7 years, tilling and guarding it. And we gave him work. We gave him work, and we were teaching him to do everything which was appropriate for tilling. And he was tilling, and he was naked. But he neither knew it, nor was he ashamed. And he was guarding the garden from the birds and beasts and cattle, and gathering its fruits and eating. And he used to set aside the rest for himself and his wife, and was being guarded, and what was being guarded he set aside. And at the end of the 7 years which he completed there, 7 years exactly, in the second month on the 17th day, the serpent came and drew near to the woman. And the serpent said to the woman, the Lord commanded you, saying, you shall now eat from any tree which is in the garden. So that goes along with what we just read right there. And she said to him, the Lord said, eat from all the fruit of the trees which are in the garden. But the Lord said to us, you shall not eat from the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden. You shall not touch it, lest you die. And the serpent said to the woman, it is not true that you shall surely die, because the Lord know what? Okay. The Lord we know is Jesus. So what if, now y'all were just brainstorming. Of course, Jesus knew that Lucifer sowed that seed into that specific plant. Right? Lucifer thinks that he did it on the sly, that Jesus wasn't paying attention. Why do I have this highlighted and posted and noted? I didn't even realize I'd be coming back to this and understanding it today. Girl, did not. I told you how he do us. Me either. Okay? Maybe that's why Jesus told him, that's the only fruit I don't want y'all to eat from, because he already knew that Lucifer had sowed evil into the fruit. Into the seed. He had already planted it in there. That's the only one. You can eat from everything else, just not that one. Because, don't forget, when the garden was being planted, Lucifer was the orchestrator of everything in heaven. He was the assistant to Jesus and God. He was the overseer. So that means he was going through all the levels, telling the angels of the water, the angels of the clouds, the angels of this and that. He had the keys. He was the administrator. He was the personal assistant. You said, oh, wow, that gives a little different spin. Right. You can eat from all. Jesus was walking through the garden. He said, eat from every one you want except for that one. He said, I remember when you talked about the other people from whence they came. You said, I think the devil and Eve made. No, Adam and Eve had 63 children. Mr. Hardy. We know this. They had 53 or 63 other children. Right in Genesis, it says, and Adam and Eve had other sons and daughters. They do not list who they are. Those were the other people. And then right under that, it lists their sons, and it said, and they had other sons and daughters, and other sons and daughters. It tells us right in Genesis 5, the lineage of Adam. That's why it's called the plant of good and evil, right? Because God said everything that he planted in the earth and in the garden was good. And when Lucifer did what we just read when he put his spit, I'm about to pinch all y'all fat meat. I've read some that say 53, so that's why I always say between 53 and 63. Okay? That's why I say 53 or 63, because I've read in some versions 53, some in 63. But look, let me show y'all this. I just saw recently, there's a guy on TikTok that says before you plant your seeds, different plants, if you lick on that, like suck on the seed and then plant it, that plant then becomes medicinal for your body. Like literally your genetic makeup is a part of the plant. You know about this, Mr. Hardy? You do this? Lucifer did it first. Truth, your genetics is a part of the planet. This is why he spit. God made the seed, but Lucifer put his spit on it, which altered the seed. So when the plant grew up, God made the seed, but Lucifer's spit is what altered it. And guess what do they ask us for when we do the DNA thing? Spit. You said, oh, y'all ever see the devil spit pickles? No. But that sounds good. I'm about to go get me one. No. Because I ain't ate today. That sounds real good. Let me, while we think about it. Sorry, y'all. I ain't eating that. Hello. You said, wow, just like your breast milk is formulated for your individual child. Just like the people that are running now. You said, yes, Famous Dave's is the brand. I didn't know. That made me think about Enoch. You said I do it with only the things that I keep for myself. I don't give that produce to anyone outside my house. Okay, hold on. Think about this, y'all. If we go back to Enoch, this Lord. Okay. And they took wives unto themselves, and everyone respectively chose one woman for himself, and they began to go into them, or unto them. And they taught them magical medicine, incantations, the cutting of roots, and taught them about plants. Okay? Right? So do we think that they did the same thing that Lucifer did? Because God made herbs for medicine. It became magical medicine if the angels were showing them to put spit on the seeds and then sow them. I want another one of those pickles. Is that when medicine? Because think about it. God gave us herbs for healing medicine. But if the 200 angels that came down and taught the women about the plants and how to alter the plants and use them for magic, it makes sense that they would do the exact same thing that Lucifer did, which was put their spit on it. So then there's angelic DNA that is in these plants that they're using for magic herbs. Or am I tripping? Because if your DNA is entwined, if your DNA is entwined with the plant, and these were evil angels, the Bible talked about how what started to grow up out of the earth after it was cursed and after the angels fell was briars and thorns, and the earth stopped producing the way that it did prior to the fall. The plants and stuff were cursed. So were the angels that taught the women about the planting. If you take the spit of something that's cursed and try to grow something from it, what's going to happen? And roots spread to each other. You know, plants, roots can get sickness. It'll spread to this root and that root and that root. So what if that is when it became thorns and thistles? What if putting your spit on a plant make it heal? What would putting a fallen angel's spit on a seed and growing it do? Let me ask you a question. You said that's why some magic is called roots and splitting roots. Let me ask you a question. What was Cain's job again? Tell me what Cain's job was again, please. What was his job? And then who were his children? And yes, ma'am. He planted the field. Do you think Lucifer told him, if you put your spit on that, everything after you is going to have your DNA in it? And because Cain had hatred and deception and stuff in his heart, what were they eating? Tell me. Hmm. You said, and so when you put the seed in the plant in your mouth, you break the curse because now that plant grows and works for you. Probably why God didn't accept his offer. Danny, I'm going to give me another pickle. Girl, I'm about to pinch your fat meat. That's why God didn't accept his. Oh. If he's Lucifer's seed and he takes his. Oh. Y'all. Y'all. Which would make sense as to where the gall came from on all the plants. The gall on the vine. Tainted. Yeah. Well, okay. That makes sense. And that's why he says, I am the vine and the gall. You just want to take it. OMG. That's great. Y'all. Between your seed and his seed. So when Seth and them started spitting and planting, literally there was two different types of plants. There was plants that can make you sick, and there was plants that can make you well. It all depended on who planted the crops. He infiltrated one half of the first bloodline. Come on. You said, I just wanted a simple word on today. Tell me this ain't wild. It goes deeper than just. You said poison ivy and stinging nettle. Y'all. God only accepts pure offering and purified people in his temples. Chinese offerings was impure. God cannot touch it. And that's why some plants have a brownish or reddish mark on them, letting you know they can't eat it because it's toxic. So he marked the plants just like he marked Cain. You know what I just thought about? My grandma used to always say, I'm so mad I could spit. Uh-oh. And spit is assault. You spit on somebody, that's assault. And you know what's crazy? A lot of people that unalive people, they spit on them. They spit right in their face after they unalive them or right before. I need to just bring that bucket of pickles in here. Y'all. Now we know why the whole earth was cursed. Because if the angels were having sex with the women and they taught those women about plants and roots, the roots of those plants had been altered because these magic beings were using spit that was half angel, half human, and then planting vegetable. Y'all, are you said, are they bread and butter pickles? Because I need you to share with me. I'm gonna tell you. Because I'm almost done. I'm sad because I bought one when I was down there with the girls and left. These is my favorites right here. I gotta drink the juice a little bit. These. They also have poison fruit. So think about it. Yes. Remember, spit is also used to make a covenant and agreement too, like blood. It sure is. It sure is. Because they. Might as well since we talked about it. Right? No, I don't eat sweet pickles. Kissing. Swapping spit. Because it has your DNA. Hakalugi makes a whole lot of sense. Kissing is a soul tie. Interesting. Interesting. My grandma used to spit on everything. She used to do witchcraft. No way! I love this class. I really do. You said my grandma used to spit on everything. She used to do witchcraft. My grandma used to spit on brooms. My mama's mama and some of her sisters used to spit on brooms. If you sweep their feet, they spitting on that broom. In real life. You know that witch can spit on her hand, touch, and put a curse on you. I didn't know that. How y'all feeling? Your coworker did that? Do this change how the garden got corrupted to you? You think it's deeper? Y'all think it's deeper than we know? You said, yeah, I swept her foot by mistake and she spit on it. Uh-huh. Me too, Trina. You said, careful, they playing. You said, my family does the same thing, spitting on a broom, talking about it's bad luck to sweep their feet, right? You said, been here 5 years and class is still bomb blowing. Good job. That means we working on it. You're giving us bits and pieces. Thank you, Dad. Talking about I'm cursing her from not getting married and she was old. Be careful of who you let touch you, especially your head, girl. That's why I don't be letting people pray for me like that. People be witches and warlocks and all kinds of stuff. Mm-hmm. Wild. Okay, so look. Here we go. It says, and they taught them magical medicine, incantations, the cutting of roots, and taught them about plants. And the women became pregnant and gave birth to great giants whose heights were 300 cubits. These giants consumed, the produce of all the people until the people detested feeding them. So the giants turned against the people in order to eat them. Wait a minute, this makes sense. This makes sense too. If you are what you eat, and Lucifer had the 200 angels and whoever else putting a spit on the seeds and growing them, that changed the DNA of the people eating the fruit grown by the giants and stuff. Right? Because mind you, Adam and Eve was 30 feet tall and so was their sons. Okay? So small genetic changes could have been happening when they started to eat the fruit that the giants spit on and planted. Which is why the earth became poisonous, like you said, after that. That's probably where poison came from. The poisonous fruit. You said, yep, remember, some DNA can heal you and give you power. Interesting. It says, and Azazel taught the people the art of making swords and knives and shields and breastplates, and he showed their chosen ones bracelets, decorations, shadowing of the eye, antimony, ornamentation, the beautifying of the eyelids, and all kinds of precious stones, and the coloring tinctures and alchemy. And there were many wicked ones, and they committed adultery and erred, and all their conduct became corrupt. Why? Because they were eating corrupt fruit. If Lucifer was Cain's daddy, and Cain was the tiller of the ground, right? So he planted the trees and whatever else, all the berries and all of that. If he was spitting strange fruit, girl, because we died because of a tree. But it's really making me think. You said they still messing with the fruits and vegetables. You said all the innocent blood they shed poisoned the earth. Come on. You said, but God cursed Cain, remember, in the ground would no longer yield from him. Right. The first GMO, right. Is this changing the whole why God specifically put the herbs in there that I made them good for consumption and all of that? It's even just talking about the herbs is way deeper than we thought. And the Bible always talking about agriculture and those who sow seeds among thorny ground and rocky ground and this, that, and the other, and what will grow and what won't grow. Think about that. This hit different if Cain was the tiller of the ground. You said, remember, we call unrighteous and horrible, unliving, strange fruit makes sense. You said, and the fig tree he cursed. Because it didn't produce nothing good. It didn't produce at all. What if Lucifer... Oh, y'all. I got you, Pumpkin. What y'all thinking right now? Now we know why the giants wanted to teach them about the plants. He said, for real, this is why he wants us to grow our own stuff so it wouldn't be corrupted, right? And we keep getting unalived on trees. We do. Is anybody, I mean, what y'all thinking over there? Tell me. You said, I don't like the red rose bushes because they have the thorns on them, and I keep cutting mine down that's growing in front of the house. Interesting. What y'all thinking, family? Strange fruit came after Abel was unalived. When blood poured down into the thing, that's why Jesus' blood had to run into the dirt to undo what happened with Abel. Did y'all think that it went this deep? Something as serious, I mean, as simple as spit. Yes or no? Hey. We're reading out of a whole bunch of books right now. To add to that, I don't like roses at all. He said, why is this tree even here? Why is this bush even here? I don't know. Like I said, I ain't on here to teach today. We brainstorming and putting pieces together. But I think the pieces is piecing. It definitely feels like it. Hello. Now we know why the earth had been corrupted. Why the plants wasn't no good. Why the animals wasn't no good. Everything. It makes so much sense. So much sense. So again, we made it to y'all made it to page 60 in book 2. The regular OTP, it says, the Lord commanded you, saying, you shall not eat from any tree which is in this garden. And she said to him, the Lord said, eat from all of the fruit of the trees which are in the garden. But the Lord said to us, you shall not eat from the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, and you shall not touch it unless you die. And the serpent said to the woman, it is not true that you shall surely die, because the Lord knows that on the day that you eat of it, your eyes will become opened, and you will become like gods, and you will know good and evil. And the woman saw that the tree, that it was pleasant, and it was pleasing to the eye, and its fruit was good to eat. So she took some of it and she ate. And she first covered her shame with a fig leaf, and then she gave it to Adam, and he ate. and his eyes were open, and he saw that he was naked. And he took a fig leaf and sewed it and made an apron for himself, and he covered his shame. And the Lord cursed the serpent, and he was angry with it forever. And he was angry with the woman also, because she had listened to the voice of the serpent and had eaten. This is in the questions of John. Hold on. Oh, right here on the page I'm on. We hadn't got to it yet. Okay. It says, when my Father had thought to send me into this world, this is Jesus speaking, he sent before me his angel through the Holy Spirit to receive me, who is called Mary, my mother. And I descended through her hearing, entered in, and I have come out from there. Y'all realize that's the same thing that happened to Eve? The Spirit came to Eve and whispered in her ear, and that's how sin got in, was through her ear. How did sin get in? It says she listened to the serpent. The same thing happened with Mary. It says it hovered over her. It never said how it got into her. But how many times have we seen in the scary movies that the spirit goes in through the eyes, the ears, or the mouth? And it'll come out through either one of those as well. And the person be shaking their head when the spirit get into their body. They hear a sound that leads them to come to a place. They start hearing a word or a name or something. It normally comes either by seeing or hearing, but most times it's here. But it says when she listened, her eyes changed. Those are called the gates. Hello? It says, and I descended through her hearing, entered in, and I have come out of there. And Satan, prince of this world, knew that I had come to seek and to save those who had perished. It says, and he sent his angel Elijah. I believe this is God now, not because the way that they wrote this is weird, but we know God sent God sent his angel Elijah. Hold on. Even though we know, wait. Now again, I think that they be wording this kind of different, but Elijah is still alive. I'm not saying that he's an angel. I believe that, I mean, he's been a heavenly being since Enoch and Elijah never died. That's like angelic living. If he's been alive for over 4,000 years and he's just now about to come back and be unalived, I don't think he's an angel, but that would be some type of heavenly, because he had to get a heavenly body already, and we're going to be like the angels, or actually brighter, some depending on where you placed and all of that. But our heavenly bodies, the garments that we have, are similar to what the angels have. They are garments of light, and you only need one. And Elijah left on a chariot of fire. Fire is light. The fire beings were standing at the end of Enoch's bed when he woke up, and they took him where? To the heavens. And he'd been alive since way before the flood. So Lucifer has been trying to entangle himself into the prophecies forever. In one way or another, he has been trying to entangle himself into the seeds of everything. The fruits, the vegetables, because he wants to be the God of this world. Now you know why they say, oh, God didn't create this, and God, yeah, what? What do you mean? He created it. Lucifer altered it. It says God created man and woman. Right? If spirits are androgynous, or the demons were androgynous, does that make sense? Maybe as to when human DNA was altered, how we got the people that are intersex? Or some of the animals that have both parts, like a jackal or a hyena? And this isn't saying, anything negative against anybody, right? But if the angels, people with tails and all of that, here we go. It says, but Elijah asked the prince of this world how he could recognize him, Jesus. And he said to him, the one whom you see the Holy Spirit descend in the form of a dove and remain on him is the one who baptizes with the Holy Spirit and fire. And this is why he was telling this to John, because he did not recognize him. But the one whom he sent to baptize in the water, to him he said this. John testified, I baptize you with water for repentance, for the one that will baptize you in the Holy Spirit for the remission of sins is he who is able to condemn and save. And again, I, John, asked the Lord, can a person obtain salvation through baptism? He answered, without my baptism through which I baptize for the remission of sins, I say no one can have God's salvation. Now, we talked about that yesterday. Maybe that's why they're drying up all the water. And I know it's through spirit, right? It says, about which I am the bread of life, come down from the seventh heaven, because he who eats my flesh and drinks my blood, they are called the sons of God. And I asked the Lord, what is your flesh and what is your blood? And the Lord said to me, before the devil had fallen with the angelic armies of the Father, the praying angels of the Father were giving glory to my Father with this prayer, saying, Our Father, who art in the heavens, thus is the song. I'm sorry, thus this song was going up before the throne of the Father, but the angels out of those who fell are now unable to give glory to God in this prayer. So it's saying basically like prayer is his flesh and his blood. So those that take part in prayer and like worship, you said that's why they're trying to make our sun dimmer. You said there's a book called The Golden Rod. Interesting. So again, y'all, I'm just going through here, but this is the pieces is piecing. They are. Little by little, I'm going through these books, and it's like, wait a minute, that fits into this part, that fits into this part, that fits into that part, and and I'm about to go find me something to eat. Even demons can worship God, but not the fallen offspring. Right. Right. So this, like I said, I just start, reading this, and I was reading it last night. We was reading some of it, but it made me think of all these other books that we've tap danced into, and the bits and pieces that were hid in Lamech of Cain, and the Book of Og, and the OTP. Then here where we're at now, and I mean. The same thing that Lucifer and Cain's seed was doing back in the day, they're doing right now. You said they tried to give us a puzzle without pieces, and Dad said, here are some of those pieces. Y'all, yeah, exactly. Do y'all feel like that? Because we back in Genesis. Like my niece Pooh said, I never thought we was going to be back here or whatever. I didn't think, and not never. I didn't think I would be back here. How are we back in Genesis at the end, but it has everything to do with the end right now? Because the food is no good. The food is poison. The food is making people sick. And there's worms in it. Little snakes. The same thing that happened in the beginning, in the garden. He spit and put basically a parasite into the plant. That parasite then altered the flesh of the people that ate it. And we have been sin sick ever since. It's okay. On April 25th, I journaled about the idea that the corrupted seed leads to the demise of the earth because the devil has been squeezing out God's seed. Interesting. Is this hitting a little different for y'all? Now we understand the parable of the sower. Even more so, it's important who sowed the seed. Because if they put their spit on it and put it in the ground, and that person is cursed, cursed things are going to grow up from that plant. You sow what you reap. So if you full of hatred, you full of malice and bitterness, and you spit on a sunflower seed or a watermelon seed and grow that, what did you grow? And I'm talking about literally, not spiritually or in real life. If you're a hateful person and you spit on a watermelon seed and it grows, and the people in your household, girl, It even make you think about the tongue. What it say about the tongue and where your spit come from. Where are your spit glands? Your salivary glands. You said, yeah, so much different. You said there's literally a fruit called bitter melon. Come on. Like apricot seeds fight cancer and they don't tell us. That's why God say pray over your food. True. In the power of the tongue is what and what? Tell me. Good trees, people produce good fruit, and bad will produce bad. Okay. Right. So what if exactly what we just read in here about Lucifer's spit turning into a snake? Ain't that what we saw on Alien? What do we see first whenever there's an alien and it's about to impregnate the woman? What does she get pregnant from? When aliens start drooling, it's a little baby one about to come out, ain't it? Because how did old girl get pregnant with the alien in her stomach? Sigourney Weaver. You said my husband is watching Alien versus Predator right now. Hilarious. Not I'm all in y'all house. She got pregnant from his drool or his spit? He said, speaking of worms, wasn't worms found in some shots? Hovering over the mouth. That's how she got pregnant, with the alien in her stomach. Hmm. Huh? Parasites looking for a host. Interesting. Mm, 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 mm. I'm about to. Who wanna get? Who wanna get pinched before you get bopped in the head? Who wants to get pinched before you get bopped in the head? Are you ready? Saliva does not kill all sperm or prevent pregnancy, but high amounts can lower sperm movement and make swimming harder. Studies show that large amounts of saliva can reduce sperm motility, how well the sperm swim, and cause abnormal shaking. Saliva is not a reliable way to stop pregnancy. Semen that enters the can still lead to a baby even if saliva is present. If you are trying to get pregnant, doctors suggest avoiding saliva and regular spit as a lubricant. Enmity between your seed and they seed. He used his spit to alter the plant. Huh? And then if he spit on every seed that he was planting, and he taught the angels to do so as well, this would stop the reproduction of humans or slow it down. Spit. Did you know? Spit. The same thing that caused death in the garden, spit. The same thing that caused the earth to be corrupted, spit. Who knew that spit could stop or slow down reproduction? The seed of man. You said like how a fly spits on food and contaminates it. Starts it to dissolving. You said just hit me with paddles to jumpstart my heart when this lesson is over, y'all. Maybe that's why they don't go into detail about what all happened. They give us the surface of it. And it's a lot of songs that are grown-up songs that have to do with spit and intimacy. You said spit, transfer of a spirit. Think about it. There are a lot of grown-up songs that have to do with spit and what you need to do with it. Whole time. Maybe this is why God said he does not want us putting our mouth in certain places, because it's for reproduction. Sodomy. Interesting. Huh? And the crazy thing is, our president literally promotes that. That's wild. We said spit is used for a lot of things, good or bad. Is this blowing y'all mind? So the same thing in the garden that stopped reproduction or slowed it down is the same thing that can do it just now today. You said yes, it exploded. Hmm. Let me leave this alone. You said look at the word spirit to go spit. Is that what it says? Hold on, girl. Y'all done have me eat up all my pickles in here. You said what now? Where do you find that at? You said our ear is to go. Spirit, spit, ear. Interesting. Look at the word spirit. Our ear is to go. To go spit. Interesting. Ain't that what God put? He spit and then made clay. Interesting. Was it God's spit that was mixed with clay? Or was it water? Hmm. Mm. I'm just gonna say it's been a long class. I love y'all. I think the seeds have been dropped. I know y'all about to probably go. I think spit too, wasn't it? Yeah, his spit healed the blind man's eye. Oh, he made a paste. Mm. And put it on the man's eyes. That's right. I'm not about to go just yet. I'm just thinking. Remember, we read something about God's somebody that wasn't worth his spit. The evil people in Ezra. I think that's in Esdras when he was asking about why God was gonna let the or Baruch, one of them, somewhere in the Apocalypse of Elijah, somebody. He said they like spittle. He said, do you worry about the spit that you let drop on the ground? You go back and try to get it up or whatever. He said no. You said cannabis is one of the main ingredients in holy oil. It was spit. Now we understand. I'm not gonna do that. I said I'm not gonna do that. Okay. So God said the evil people that are going to be thrown into the fire, they're like spit. That's why he won't remember them. Could that be because the evil that started in them started with spit? Scholars link the New Testament miracle back to Genesis, noting Jesus used the same physical elements of earth and life-giving power to recreate or restore sight. i.e., God forming Adam from the dust. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So it was his spit. And now we know why Lucifer used spit to defile the plant. The Bible talks about spitting on people, don't it? They spit on Jesus. They hit him and spat at him, didn't they? All he do is imitate. Our bodies are set up to receive cannabinoids. You said I used to work at a CBD shop and we were hemp certified. Interesting. What is a golem? Hmm. And they want our spit. A monster made of clay. Like the Sandman dude from Fantastic Four or the Rock guy. He said it makes sense because if God spit in the mud to create Adam, he would have the spirit in him. 23andMe spitting in the tube, right? Mm. Which is probably why witches and doctors have you pee, take your blood, or they will do a swab to find out what's going on with you. Makes sense. Well, I learned a lot today. I don't know about y'all. Mouth swab testing for drugs is what they testing out our DNA and lineage. Do spit can tell all your genealogy. That's why it's used instead of blood on the test. Paternity test. Swab the spit to find out if it's your seed. Y'all. Yeah, well, they just be telling us without telling us. Okay, so saliva is a vital fluid that primarily aids in digestion, protects teeth, and keeps the mouth moist. Made mostly of water, it is produced continuously by glands in our mouth to support everyday health, digestion, and eating. Moistens food, turns dry food into a soft, wet ball, so it is easy to chew and swallow. It starts the chemical breakdown. It says contains an enzyme called amylase. I believe I'm saying that wrong or right. I don't know. Amylase, however you say it, amylase, whatever. That begins breaking down starches into simple sugars right in the mouth. It dissolves food chemicals so they can reach and stimulate the taste buds on the tongue. It fights germs, contains antibacterial compounds and proteins that kill harmful germs, reducing bad breath, tooth decay, and gum disease. Supplies minerals like calcium and phosphate that keep teeth strong and repair early damage to tooth surfaces. Washes away leftover food bits and neutralizes harmful acids made by plaque. It also lubricates tissues, coats the soft parts inside the mouth to prevent friction, sores, irritation during talking and eating. It aids speech, keeps the mouth wet enough for the tongue and lips to move easily so we can speak clearly. When you eat poison, what normally comes out of your mouth? A white foamy spit. And that's how they know. And it be dried on the side of your mouth. When you take poison, you can't speak. Think about that. Lucifer doesn't want us to worship God with our mouth or when you catching a seizure. Come on. Think about that. We use our mouth to worship God. He spit into the tree so that it produced a certain thing, and what he gave her, he gave it to her. It could, like I said, it could be an aphrodisiac, the fruit. But because his DNA grew up into the fruit, she took it into her mouth. So technically, in a sense, it was like she was eating his DNA. The same way God tells us that the bread, okay, is like his flesh. And we take it in, but whole time it's worship and praise. Which is exactly what Lucifer was trying to stop when he had her to bite into the fruit. He did not want her to give glory to God. You need your tongue to do it. Or am I tripping? Remember, there was people that God untied their tongues. and lukewarm, he spits you out of his mouth. Think about that, y'all. The Bible talks about people not being able to digest the word. Right? He talks about them only being able to be on milk and how they're not maturing in the spirit. He said his word is food. Life-changing, life-bringing food. What did Lucifer seek to alter in the beginning? Food. The thing that keeps us alive. And if you are what you eat, and you are eating food without seeds or that cannot reproduce, then we become unproductive, exactly like the fig tree. One of the first things God told Adam and Eve to do was be fruitful and multiply. But if Lucifer was playing with spit back then, and he knew that spit made sperm not go the way that it needed to, he was using spit to try to slow down the sperm of Adam and Eve. Just like you said, Lucifer kept coming to Adam in the night. Most men that have nocturnal emissions say that it was a woman in the area. And they have nocturnal emissions, but it's not going into a body. Not one we can see. So spirits coming and sleeping with men and women in their sleep, and they'll tell you it feel real. Think about this. And you wake up and it's a mess. And there's nobody there but you, so-called. We talked about ghost pregnancies. Sister. What does it say about all the sins, and then what does it say about sexual sin? There's the sins, and then sexual sin is something you do unto what? You said, I was feeling so tired before this class, but I'm awake now. Girl, sexual sin is the only sin that you do against your own body. He talks about sodomy. And think about it. If a person is being sodomized, either way, it's not going to create a baby. This world is obsessed with certain types of intimacy that are deemed sodomy. We thinking, oh, it's because of this or that. Whole time it slows down the sperm, or the sperm cannot get to the egg, so there'll be nothing produced from that act. It's the same thing that Lucifer tried to do in the garden. He did not want any more humans. He didn't want any more fruit to be reproduced. Remember, we read last night that he had plans on taking all of the water off the earth so that him and the angels could just live here, because they don't need the food and water that we need to live. They are giving water to AI data centers more than people. What does that water do? It keeps us alive, and it grows our fruits and vegetables. You said, I'm so grateful for this place. I couldn't ever talk about these types of topics with others. They think I'm weird or going too deep into it. Girl. You said in spit host food over the fire. Interesting. Think about that. His ultimate goal is for us to die, to suffer, to starve. It makes sense that he would attack the food first. You are what you eat. It makes sense as to why he started genetically modifying. And because think about it, the fallen angels is the ones that gave the women birth control, altering their bodies so that they wouldn't reproduce, so that their bodies would just stay beautiful from the beginning. However they look young, their bodies would be tight and right, as the old men call it. Our food is making us sick. Our food is making the women and men sperm count and egg count not be the way that it's supposed to be. Different intimacy acts. You can do that all day, you're not gonna get no kid from it. So that means no humans are gonna be reproduced. Now, I'm gonna tell you what's messing me up. Can we go just a little bit deeper? Hold on, y'all. This is my son calling. Hey, son. Hey. Class. Are you okay? Are you cool? Okay. I'm gonna go make me some food, y'all. We can continue this class in a little bit. unhealthy food, so many recalls. Listen. So I know we done been all over and everywhere, but do y'all see why I like this kind of study too? Because this is how God does me. He'll give me one piece and then another piece and then another piece and then another piece. And then I have to go all the way back. How many times when I first met y'all, and I say this all the time, y'all would send me books, right? And then there's something that I've written in one of these books up here, or wrote in one of these books up here, there was a question mark. And me never even meeting y'all, y'all done sent me the other piece. Like now. Because here I am thinking, oh, it's about the fruit. Even if it, because I always believed there was a sexual aspect to the garden. Because lust of the eye and of the flesh. The Bible talks about the lust of the flesh all the time. He talks about adultery and sexual misconduct and not having control over your body and all of these different things. And we know that there's a sexual aspect to that. That's why Jesus was not conceived in a lustful manner. There was no lust involved in Jesus's birth. No animalistic lust. We looked at this, remember? We read this, I think, in that book of Adam and Eve and wherever else we've read it. There was no animalistic lust. You said, yes, I love studying this way. It's like a treasure hunt for real. Yes, pumpkin. Is. Because we don't know all the answers. And that's why I say, even with me reading this new stuff that we are reading, I say, listen, I'm not saying this is concrete and we just about to put the pieces together, but do y'all know this is how I got over here? This is how I started writing questions. Like, wait a minute, God, I don't know about that. But it makes sense. Because sex magic is one of the most powerful forms of magic, is it not? Is this why Lucifer tries to get to children people as children? Think about it. There's a lot of little boys coming out and girls saying how they got the person got them to do certain things. It was normally some form of this, whether they did it to them or they made them do it to them. And guess what? A lot of the boys that had a man's spit on their area do not want women. A lot of women who have had a woman's spit in their area do not want a man. So then there's no seeds that come out of those unions. Because a man can sow seed into a man's rectum, it's not going to produce a child. And a woman can put her spit on a woman and it's still not going to produce no child. The seeds that Lucifer produced did not produce life. They led to death, and his spit was involved in that. You said, and why it's hard to break bonds with people that you've mixed DNA with. Come on. Another way to stop reproduction. Y'all, spit. Spit. Your mouth you use to worship God, to give him praise and glory and honor. Either they forced you as a child or a young adult, or even as an adult if you're assaulted. Most times the first thing that they make you do is that. And the sad part about it, look, the devil played with us and called it foreplay. Whole time, we probably not even supposed to be doing it. Because it stops the reproduction of human, or slows down the reproductions of humans. And get this, in corn, what do you see? A lot of spit. They actually want to see the spit in corn. Whole time, that's all Lucifer stuff. I'm just saying. To find out who you are, they want your spit. You said talk about mind change, girl. When I say this, why God said, do you even know my story? Do you even know anything? Do you even know? Who would have thought that Genesis and Lucifer being in the garden and this, and think about it, they always got snakes spitting. Yes. A list. Spit. You can always see the venom and think about it. Venomous snakes, when they bite you, the venom comes out and it can make you sick or kill you. If Lucifer used the snake specifically for that reason. He was the snake when he offered her the fruit. He had venom in his spit. And if she immediately gave it to Adam afterwards, I mean, the venom was, y'all. You said now we know why the older folks used to say we don't do all that. That's the devil. Come on. Come on. You know what? Hold on. Okay. you do me a favor? And this is the last question I think I'm going to ask today. Can y'all go look up how a hyena mates? And tell me if the spirit of the hyena is in the world right now. You said in Jamaica some people don't do that. Can you tell me if the spirit of the hyena, I need you to look up the whole process, right, real quick. And I know sometimes they portray Lucifer as a jackal or a hyena. You said crazy. You said that I was just looking up how snakes reproduce too. Come on in. I just want to know, is y'all all right over there? I told y'all to put on y'all security gear and stuff because we was about to go on a journey. Strap in. I hope y'all did. How do they mate? Hyenas, specifically. I'm just going to take this off because I'm starting to rip it up and I don't want to do that. Girl, you got to go up on the shelf. Understanding why God talked about certain animals, all sorts of things. Now, the world is making more sense. Also, there is a book that we got in here. I just have to remember which side it is on. Because I think one of y'all sent me a book about Cain. And it's not Lamech of Cain, it's something else. Or did I already have it? Oh, I think. Sorry. Yeah. This one. This one. Sargon the Magnificent. You said wow. So it's in reverse. She's reversed and they right. I meant the roles are reversed and body parts are reversed, like a seahorse. Yes. The apothecary store is very now. So good. Yuck. Right. A trans man has that same thing, doesn't it? Don't they? They take hormones and it enlarges that same organ. A trans man, before they get they can actually just take hormones and it enlarges the exact same thing that the hyena has. And it's literally called that same thing, a pseudo. So I ask you again, is the spirit of the hyena in the world right now? And even though she has it, the female hyena, she cannot reproduce with it. So what is she doing with it if she can't use it when she's with a male? Because it say she don't have a traditional opening. You said yes. And on the other side, that similar organ is turned inside out and becomes like a female organ. And the birthing process is rough. I saw a movie about the devil, and it had a hyena reproducing a human child. The Omen. The Omen. One of the omens, he was born out of a jackal or a hyena. A speckled one at that. You said they give both through their pee. Interesting. Yeah. Birth, excuse me. What if the dogs, the hellhounds, had everything to do with hyenas? Because even in the Omen, the hyenas, the jackals, they showed, let's say jackals are cats more so than dogs are humans, but you know, I mean, not humans, canines. Canines. Cain, like Canaanites, the dog men, canines. Dogs eat raw meat. People in the South have said they saw dog men, the dog-headed people. And dogs try to hump on people. I don't know. The cats do that, do they? Dogs are aroused by humans. Matter of fact, they're aroused by pretty much anything. But for sure, they will hump a man's leg, they will hump a woman's leg, and they will expose themselves that they are aroused. Yes or no? You said, I am a cat owner and my cat has never. Interesting. But dogs will. So everybody that got cats say no. But dogs don't care what, and they can smell your hormones. They know if you're a male or a female. They don't care. What if that's why they're called canines? You said, wait a minute. You said, I wish Cooper Logan Davis would. Is that the name of your cat? Cooper Logan Davis? Now he got a middle name. You said I've had cats all my life and this has never happened. This is a picture of Jesus talking. There's a picture of Jesus talking to a dog-headed person, referring to Saint Christopher. I know. You said, "Oh wow." You said, "See, this is too much for one class." I'm just saying. Oh, your dog. Oh, okay. Foxes, wolves, raccoons, a raccoon dog, a bush dog, a maned wolf, a maned wolf. Hold on, these words little. A gray fox, a domestic dog, a short-eared dog, an African wild dog, red fox, raccoon dog, Tibetan fox, bat-eared fox, Ethiopian wolf, coyotes, black-backed jackals, Arctic wolves, Arctic foxes, a Ruppel's fox, and a Finnick fox, and a Eurasian wolf. These are all of the canines. Well, not all, but different types of canines of the world. Interesting. Indian foxes. The little foxes are what kill the vine. The little foxes are what kill the vine. Jesus is the vine, right? You said an Egyptian god's Anubis is a jackal head. Interesting. Then he said the little foxes are what kill the vine, right? Foxes are canines. Jesus is the grapevine, the vine, the wine, the this whole deal. So why did he put that in there? And foxes are canines. They're sneaky. Because you know he didn't just put that in there for nothing. If they started doing miscegenation and they were sleeping with animals, they're very sly, like Lucifer. There's a lot of folklore and fairy tales about foxes too. The fox, what is it? Nine-tailed fox, seven-tailed fox. Whole time she was, well, in what y'all showed me, the Asian girl was a nine-tailed fox, wasn't she? And she was consuming the men, but she was a being. Couldn't she? Right? So she could be human and she could be this. You could see her other side of her, and she was like a spirit or something, right? And she was consuming humans. You said yes, that spirit is how to consume the man, and she had to get a certain number. She summoned the spirit. Interesting. A fox shouldn't have 9 or 7 tails. It should only have one. But if an angel mixed and mated with a fox, we know that anything that mated with an angel, there was a defect. They either had too many eyes, not enough, too many fingers, too many teeth, right? The bones were shaped weird. The skulls were shaped weird. Sometimes they had 2 heads, sometimes they didn't. I just saw in India, it was a double head cat born, and cow, and they worshiping it. It's got 2 mouths, 2 like 4 eyes, I think 4 horns, and it's like split right down the middle, and they're worshiping that cow because it has 2 heads. But we talked about how a lot of people from that area have 2 heads or multiple body parts and all of that, like tails. The 2-tailed fox in Sonic, they were aliens. Exactly. Can I read something to y'all real quick? And we read a little bit of this when I first started talking to y'all. Remember I told y'all? Okay, here we go. Let's go here. Tell me what you see. What do you see? This is about Sargon the Magnificent, who they said was Cain. Why would they have a picture? Cain, the sun god. Adar and Aries connected with Cain. It says another indication of the identity of Cain with the Babylonian Sargon is that the name variously rendered Sargon, Sargoni, Sarukinu, Shargani may reasonably be taken as synonymous with King Cain. The first syllable Sar, or Shar, meaning ruler or king of Babylonia, and obviously the origin of Shah, Czar, Sahib, sire, or sir, while the second syllable, Gon, Gani, Gina, or Kinu, is very like Cain. Interesting. Several other names of antediluvian patriarchs correspond with Babylonian words and roots, such as Cain with Gina or Kinu. Interesting. Believing that Cain built Eric, I naturally accept Colonel Condor's opinion that Sargon was the first king of Eric. Interesting. Because the show don't tell us when he died, do it? It says one reason for the opinion is that in this list, the fifth king of Atana is said to have been translated to heaven, which seems like an echo of the biblical story of Enoch. Another is that the 12th king of what is that, Enmakar, is said to have built the city of Erech with the people of Erech, which, if Professor Sayes is right in identifying Erech with Enoch, is obvious in an obvious allusion to Cain's building of that city. Interesting. Cain's city building, for example, may pair with that of Enmakar. And it don't tell us when that dude died. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm thinking about something. Because that would make sense to hide him under another name in Samaria and in Babylon if he did, in fact, stow away, go into the mountains, if he had not died yet. Because even when we read in the lost books of the Bible, it don't tell us exactly how many years he lived, did it? It told us that the house fell on him, or he got whatever, but did it tell us how long he lived? And the people of Sumer, the Sumerians, and the Akkadians, we know were giants. Because where are the Canaanites coming from? Canaan? But if his line was cut off, I'm about to have to do some. Can I read something to y'all and then I'm leaving for real? It says, as Cain is afterwards said to have built a city and called it after his eldest son, he must presumably have gained an ascendancy over those pre-Adamites, although he went alone amongst them. If, as Professor says, things probable, Babylonia was the country to which Cain journeyed. And if, as the same authority suggests, the first inhabitants of that country were blacks, this is what it says. It says, it is easy to imagine Cain, a white man, involved with superhuman knowledge and physique and rendered invulnerable by some divine talisman, taking command over those pre-Adamites, and that he did so seems proved. And that he did so seems proved by the fact that he built a city and called it after his son Enoch. We see, therefore, that the Bible sanctions the belief in pre-Adamites, and that the oldest monuments in the world indicate that they were blacks. You know this wasn't written by no black person. Moving on, I don't think it is. Not the way they're saying blacks. In fact, both the Bible and modern science confirm these assumptions. The Bible, by showing that only 8 of Adam's race were saved in the ark, demands a belief in a previous black race to account for the existence of blacks in later history. How far could the Ethiopian, who, the prophet remarks, could no more change his skin than the leopard his spots, have descended from Noah? Since, by discovering the fundamental physical differences between the black and white races, has shown the fallacy of the old idea that they had a common origin, and that either the white race was evolved from the blacks, or the blacks were sunburned brothers of the white men. Many, you said, my claim that the black race was a separate creation previous, well, I don't believe it was previous to Adam. I don't know why they wrote that. It says, St. Paul's statement that God hath made of one blood all nations. I must therefore explain my belief that the apostle only referred, whoa. Oh yeah, this has to be written by a racist person. It absolutely is. Oh wow. It says that is funny. I'm sorry. It says, I must therefore explain my belief that the apostle only referred to white people. My contention being that the word man, used synonymously with Adam in Genesis 2, distinguished Adam from the pre Adamites. There were no pre Adamites. And has continued to distinguish his descendants from the black race all through history. Do we of the present day ever call a Negro a man without using the adjective black? Interesting. Interesting. It says, just as the discovery that a black race existed at the beginning of history supports the Bible's testimony that although Adam was the first man. Okay, I don't know. Because I read this. And of course, I'm going to have to go back over this. Because these are talking about the pre Adamites. I don't believe there is any more. I don't believe that there were people before Adam. We'll get through there and look. You know they're going to put they spin on it. Because the only beings here before Adam was the fallen angels. In the book of Adam and Eve, Cain's generation is the ones who started distractions from the Lord, like secular music, drunkard parties, and more. They were separate from Seth's seed, but as the years went on, Seth's seed intermixed with them more and more. You said, well, I'm Puerto Rican and my family is black and Puerto Rican. You said you can tell when it's not one of us speaking and one of us because they never put a person after black, right? Right. I'm gonna have to go back through there and look, but it's some interesting stuff in there because I read that book years ago. I read this. I've had this book a long time, but of course I didn't have certain pieces. And sometimes I just read stuff and read it, and then I put it where everybody says we also. But I'm gonna go through there and we're gonna see what we can find. So I'm not gonna keep y'all. I'm really about to go make me some food now. Right. I'm really about to go make me some food now. But you can I don't think this book was written by a black person, which is interesting. So now I'm gonna have to go back through here and read it because I didn't look up who, what, when, where, why. But I'm gonna have to look into this just a little bit. What they talking about was Cain and Crete. Don't it always talk about Crete's destruction? And they talking about was Cain and Crete. I'm gonna have to go through this book because what if okay, not trying to offend anyone, but after I read that, it always made me wonder where Seth's seed, black men, he said, especially how said Cain's daughters were lusting after Seth's sons. Interesting. I'm just wondering, right? My mind is going a million miles a minute right now. I'm thinking about a number of things, and it's like you know how you see in the movies where the words of all the books is going through the brain. Like I'm thinking about all the books that I read, all the things that I've read, and all the hair on my is standing up on my legs too. I just want y'all to know that. I got some looking around to do really quick. Well, not really quickly. It's not gonna be really quick. It's not. You said, didn't Crete have that red sky recently? Yes, and we read about Crete being destroyed. And Crete is where the monsters was. Percy Jackson. Crete is where the one-eyed monsters were, wasn't it? And some of the Minotaurs was on Crete, wasn't they? Ain't that who was on Crete? The monsters? Auntie went to Crete. I thought we just talked about this. We just talked about Crete. And Patmos. I feel like we have something that has to do with Crete that we just looked at. What do we have? It'll come to me. I'll figure it out. I need to go. I gotta go. Let me go get me some food, y'all. And then I'll get some protein and stuff in here. And then we're going to get this going. Crete is literally the home of the Minotaur. Baal is what? What is Baal? Baal. What does he look like? Why they disconnected my stuff? I'm about to go. We putting too much stuff together. I love y'all. We'll come back in a little bit. We done been in here 19 hours. Give me a little bit. I'm gonna make me some food. And then we're gonna see what we got here. I love y'all.